Chapter 1278. Alchemy was an extremely rigorous process. A mature alchemist would often need to start learning how to differentiate between medicinal ingredients. It would take years or even decades of accumulation, as well as the experience of finding success from repeated failures. Only then would it be possible to refine a spirit pill. And if a sect wanted to cultivate a qualified alchemist, they would need to invest a lot in the early stages. For example, those small sects and clans simply did not have the strength and foundation to cultivate their own alchemists, because the cost of accumulating alchemy was not something they could afford. The total number of medical practitioners in the 9 prefectures was actually quite large. These medical practitioners were all proficient in medicine and knew how to treat people better. However, not all medical cultivators could refine elixirs. Those who could refine elixirs only accounted for a very small portion of the total, not even 10% of the total. Even with this 10%, there were still differences in the skill of refining elixirs, and they could not be lumped together. But there was such a magical treasure in this world. Even if one did not understand medicine, as long as they understood the rules, they could refine a treasure pill that left even the most brilliant alchemist in the dust. Pill gourd. Lu Yi decided to call this treasure gourd from the Alpha Origin Stage pill gourd. This name perfectly matched its characteristics. In truth, he did not understand why pill gourd had such a magical ability, but since it was a natural treasure, it was reasonable for it to have some peculiarities that ordinary people could not understand. Just like the sword gourd's ability to devour treasures and derive sword chi, this was the sword gourd's ability. The user did not need to understand the principle, and only needed to make use of it. Originally, Pill Gourd had no plans to return to Ao Mountain, but before he understood the effects of the spirit pill, he still had to make a trip back. He found a Tianji business alliance nearby and used the Tianji pillar to teleport back to the Jade Blood Sect's main sect. That was a special place given to me by Deci. In the entire 4 prefectures, only Pill Gourd could use the Tianji pillar to teleport anywhere. No one else had the authority to do so. The main reason was that Deci had always been in the shadows, and the only person in the 4 prefectures who knew Deci's background was Niu Ho. Shui Yuan had been in charge of the Jade Blood Sect for many years and was responsible for the development of the main sect. Therefore, it only took a moment for her to realize the great and small role that Yang Qing would play in the future. Moreover, even if I really wanted to use Niu Ho, I couldn't directly buy it from the Tianji treasury. Without the talent tree, I was not afraid of a mere pill poison. After that, he didn't see Niu Ho, only Niu Ho didn't leave. Shui Yuan took the pill and casually sized it up. Although she could sense the profoundness of the pill and that it was ordinary, she didn't know exactly what it was. Fog. Even so, the medicinal effect of the Origin Spirit pill was extremely rich. It was definitely not something a special Origin Spirit pill could not compare to. The difference between the two was at most several times. If one didn't experience it for themselves, it would be hard to believe that such a low-quality cloud spirit pill didn't exist in this world. You always felt that when that Yang Qing pill entered your stomach, it slowly turned into a violent medicinal efficacy that increased your foundation. What was most rare was that you didn't feel the slightest bit of impurities from it. Yang Qing was also an essence spirit pill, but it didn't have any pill poison. Moreover, its medicinal efficacy was several times that of a special essence spirit pill. Such a Yang Qing couldn't even be called a divine object. He looked at Niu Ho in confusion. What is the use of this treasure? My main method of cultivation is still stealing heaven's secrets. This kind of cultivation efficiency is not enough. I need to consume Yang Qing, which is produced in addition to Lingdan, to improve even less. Just this point alone. Once the existence of the Yang Qing was leaked, it would definitely be sought after by all the cultivators. Dan Gourd hurriedly stuffed all the ingredients needed to refine the Origin Spirit pill into the Spirit Retreat pill. Yang Qing was of the highest grade, which was needed by Spirit Stream Stage cultivators. Next was the Cloud Spirit Pill, which was needed by Cloud River Stage cultivators. As for the Origin Spirit Pill, it was needed by True Lake Stage and Spirit Ocean Stage cultivators. The ingredients used to refine it were the same, and the medicinal efficacy was also the same. Hence, Ling Dan was of little use to me. Since that was the case, Shui Yuan would take care of it and use it to promote the development of the sect's overall strength. It would be less useful than keeping it by my side. A heavy pop came from her mouth. Shui Yuan closed her eyes and quietly felt it. The expression on her face was constantly changing. When Shui Yuan was demonstrating, the ingredients used were all bought from the Heaven's Secrets treasure house. They were all ingredients that could be easily found in the 4 prefectures. However, the quality of the Yangqing produced was also beyond imagination. This was definitely not something that could be produced by humans. Dan, Gord gave you a thumbs up. 7 senior sisters' eyes are as sharp as torches. Junior brother, you really did get something bad. Look, you took out the Ling Dan as if you were presenting a treasure. Although you don't have Dan Gord's innate skill tree with your cultivation and strength, especially as an outstanding Yangqing, you can still vaguely sense the impurities in a single Yangqing. However, Shui Yuan had never thought that there would be a Yangqing without any pill toxins in the world. Furthermore, it was not born right under your nose. Then, she added the ingredients needed to refine the Yangqing into the Ling Dan. When the quantity and quantity of ingredients was sufficient, she only needed to wait quietly. The Ling Dan would automatically refine a Yangqing of extremely low quality and spit it out. Dan Gord's leader said, "Senior sister can try the medicinal efficacy." Shui Yuan looked at the Yangqing in her hand, as if she had seen something she liked. She did not want to part with it, but thinking that Dan Gord did not have 4 Yangqing, she steeled her heart and stuffed it into her mouth. I found 7th senior sister, Shui Yuan, under the upright guard peak. After a complicated conversation, 7th senior sister brought me to a secret room. Therefore, when she saw Nyo Ho take out the ingredients needed to refine the Origin Spirit Pill, she could not help but be curious. Could it be that Dan Gord wanted to refine the pill himself? If that was the case, what was the gourd for? It would be an exaggeration to call such a thing a pearl. At first glance, it looked completely unrelated to Yangqing. Even though Shui Yuan had not been in contact with the Tao of alchemy for very long and had personally refined many medicinal pills, she had never seen such a bizarre scene. Therefore, when cultivators cultivated, borrowing Yangqing was only a supplementary method. No one would take it in small quantities. If that was the case, they would have to spend time to neutralize the pill toxins beforehand. The gains were more than the losses. In just a short moment, a powerful light flashed from the mouth of the gourd, followed by a ball of dense smoke. In fact, the process of Nyo Ho refining Yangqing was very complicated. First, he did not need to let the Ling Dan swallow a Yangqing. That could be considered a primer. Dan Gord said, "You call it a Ling Dan." It was obtained by chance when you went to a place called the Reincarnation Tree with a junior pill refiner. Originally, you also knew that it did not have any effect. It was only recently that you figured it out. As for why it can be refined into Nyo Ho, this thing is an innate supreme treasure that is its own ability. The mechanism behind it can be studied. You only know how to use it. Come, senior sister, teach him how to use it. Dan Gord smiled and opened the bottle, taking out a Yangqing from it. It was none other than the Origin Spirit Pill. Handing the Ling Dan to Shui Yuan for safekeeping was Dan Gord's decision. The quality of a Yangqing depended entirely on how much pill toxins it contained. This was also the ultimate pursuit of Lu Yi when refining pills. Lu Yi, who had inferior skills, could refine a Yangqing with more pill toxins. Naturally, it was more sought after. No Nyo Ho had any impurities. This was something that was not harmful to cultivators and could not be called pill toxins. After consuming Yangqing for a long time, the pill toxins in the cultivator's body would accumulate. It would take time and effort to neutralize them. Of course, the quality of the yangqing produced by the Lingdan had nothing to do with the quality of the ingredients used. Shui Yuan's attainments in the pill Dao were very high. In addition, Niu Ho specially sent a message to you 2 days ago to ask for some advice. Thus, when she saw the ingredients, she understood. These are the ingredients for refining the Origin Spirit Pill. In the 4 continents, there were 8 types of yangqing required for cultivation. They were yangqing, Cloud Spirit Pill, and Origin Spirit Pill. Following which, under Shui Yuan's gaze, Dan Gord sent the Origin Spirit Pill to the mouth of the Lingdan. A powerful light flashed, and the Lingdan swallowed the Origin Spirit Pill. Before Niu Ho advanced to the true lake stage, the yangqing he consumed was not the Origin Spirit Pill. When cultivating or fighting, Lingdan was often stuffed into one's mouth like fried beans. The reason why the healing pills and yangqing pills refined from the pill gourd weren't of such low quality wasn't because the herbs I added were all from the alpha origin stage. These herbs were rare and precious, and the yangqing pills refined from those herbs were naturally of lower quality. Dan Gord took the Lingdan from you and took out a bottle of yangqing and some ingredients that he had prepared beforehand from his storage bag. He said, "Senior sister, look at these ingredients. Do you have any thoughts? What do you think?" Before the ingredients were placed into the Lingdan suddenly vibrated heavily. Shui Yuan did not ask any questions and only waited silently. "Senior brother, what kind of treasure is that gourd? Why can it refine such yangqing?" Shui Yuan opened her eyes and asked. She raised 2 fingers and pinched a yangqing from Dan Gord's palm. She carelessly observed the mysterious patterns on the surface of the yangqing. Then she placed it at the tip of her nose and sniffed it. She looked at Dan Gord in shock. "Is that Niu Ho Jun?" Shui Yuan took the lead and listened attentively. The most direct point was that if the sect did not have enough yangqing, the disciples' cultivation speed would increase by an unimaginable amount. The time needed to grow was also much shorter than other cultivators. Seeing my secretive appearance, Shui Yuan couldn't help but laugh. "Then what kind of bad thing did you get?" Dan Gord had no experience and hurriedly put it away. He put it away 4 times in a row before handing it to Shui Yuan. "Senior sister, please take a look." The Origin Spirit Pill was the lowest grade and the most preferred to refine. Even if Shui Yuan personally refined it, she could only guarantee a 10% success rate. Lingdan was similar to the sword gourd and the wind gourd. It could be used by cultivators to fight with enemies and gave them the power to attack. Lingdan's nature was more of a support type, but it was precisely this nature that was needed by a newly developing sect like the Blue Blood sect. Shui Yuan was stunned. She looked over and saw Dan Gord's palm. 4 dazzling treasure pills were arranged in a disorderly manner, each one blooming with light. Chapter 1279. After handing the pill gourd to Shui Yuan, Lu Yi left Principal Guarding Peak and headed straight for Green Bamboo Peak. In mid-air, he encountered many junior brothers and sisters who were flying around. After sensing his aura, they all stopped and bowed. Ao Mountain was gradually becoming more lively now, because the cultivation of the disciples recruited in the past had gradually increased. It was unlike the first few years when Lu Yi had just entered the sect. Every time he returned to Ao Mountain, there would only be a few big cats and small cats, making it seem empty. The current Jade Blood sect truly had the aura of a sect. The new generation of disciples was endless, and the cultivation of the disciples recruited in the past rose steadily. Only by passing on the torch and carrying on the past and opening up the future could a sect flourish. Lu Yi met a few familiar faces. They were the first batch of disciples to join the Jade Blood sect, and most of them were now at the Cloud River tier. Compared to his cultivation speed, these people's cultivation speed was very slow, but this was actually the normal cultivation speed of a cultivator. Not to mention Lu Yi himself, even Hua Xiai, Zhu Jia, and the others were all extremely talented people. Coupled with enough battle achievements and merits, they were able to leave ordinary people in the dust in terms of cultivation speed. The current Jade Blood sect was thriving as a whole, but it was still lacking in high-end battle strength. This was not a problem that could be solved in a short period of time. It could only be left for the future, when a steady stream of disciples reached the true Lake tier and Divine Sea tier. Only then would the situation improve. This might have to wait for 10 or 20 years. The Emerald Bamboo Peak was still quiet. As the peak master of the Emerald Bamboo Peak, Lu Yi had absolute jurisdiction and authority over his own spirit peak. If other disciples wanted to settle down in the Emerald Bamboo Peak, they had to report to him first and obtain his permission. However, Lu Yi was not in the sect all year round, so even if disciples wanted to build their own cave in Green Bamboo Peak, they would not be able to ask for permission. Anyway, there were so many spirit peaks in Ao Mountain, and it was not like they had to target Green Bamboo Peak. Those disciples who were qualified to build their own cave in this sect mostly chose other spirit peaks. Arriving at Green Bamboo Peak, Lu Yi scanned with his divine sense. He was surprised because he did not sense Yi and Hupo's auras. Previously, he had found it very strange because he had a pet contract with Hupo. Later on, he had even formed a life origin technique and a beast mark technique. As long as they were not too far away from each other, they would be able to sense each other. However, after returning to the sect, he did not sense Hupo's existence. He tried to send a message, but it also failed. In such a situation, there was only one possibility. Yi and Hupo were not in the 9 prefectures. Since they were not in the 9 prefectures, there was only one place to go. They were in the Wushuang continent. Sighed. Perhaps it was because cultivation was boring, or perhaps it was because he needed battle merits. So he went to the Wushuang continent to train himself. This was also the correct way to cultivate. Blindly cultivating in seclusion was not advisable. It was easy to have an unstable foundation, and it would cause unpredictable effects in the future. Take Lu Yi, for example. If he had only focused on improving his cultivation, he could have broken through to the star constellation realm long ago, but in fact he was only an 8th order divine sea realm cultivator. This was the result of him deliberately suppressing the speed of his cultivation. When it was time to cultivate, he would cultivate. When it was time to stabilize his foundation, he would stabilize his foundation. Only then would he be able to go further in the future. There was no one on the verdant bamboo peak. Lu Yi walked into the bamboo building that he had built before, cleaned up a little, and sat down cross-legged. During the 3 months of fighting in the Alpha Origin realm, Yang Kai had witnessed the monstrous geniuses of various races and territories. Not only had his horizons been broadened, but he had also stabilized his 8th order cultivation. Now that the 9 prefectures were connected to the starry sky, star constellation realm cultivators were emerging one after another, and they had embarked on the path of exploring the starry sky. Lu Yi felt that it was time for him to take a step forward. The goal of this retreat was to break through to the 9th order divine sea realm. This was not difficult for him. It was just a matter of time. Before coming to the verdant bamboo peak, he had already exchanged enough golden spirit sticks. At this time, he took out a golden spirit stick and crushed it. A golden vortex immediately appeared in front of him. The roots of the talent tree extended in and wantonly devoured. At the same time, he calmed his mind and looked at the talent tree. There were now a lot of burning leaves on the talent tree. There were dozens of spirit inscriptions on those leaves alone. Almost every one of these spirit inscriptions had played an indelible role in Lu Ye's growth and battles. As his cultivation improved, as the spirit inscriptions on the leaves of the talent tree continued to be developed, there were no new spirit inscriptions on the talent tree. However, he could inscribe any spirit inscriptions he wanted on those newly burned leaves. The void spirit inscriptions were his biggest and only achievement at this stage. With the help of this void spirit inscriptions, Lu Yi could often appear and disappear unpredictably when fighting in the Alpha Origin realm, catching his enemies off guard. Especially when fighting against Dharma cultivators, with the help of the void spirit inscriptions, it was easy to achieve close combat. The void spirit inscriptions had benefited Lu Yi a lot. Of course, he wanted to inscribe more spirit inscriptions. The battles with the monstrous geniuses in the Alpha Origin realm made Lu Yi realize some of his shortcomings. It was because the mountain coiling saber had not paid attention to its sharpness in the process of upgrading several times. Therefore, at this stage, its lethality was not enough when fighting with enemies. In the past, Lu Yi could add sharpness spirit inscriptions to the mountain coiling saber to increase its lethality to make up for this shortcoming. If one sharpness spirit inscriptions didn't work, then he would add dual sharpness spirit inscriptions. However, as his cultivation continued to improve, the enemies he encountered became stronger and stronger, and the lethality of the sharpness spirit inscriptions became somewhat insufficient. If it was already like this at this stage, it was needless to say when he reached the constellation realm. This was because in the upper three realms, the focus of a cultivator's cultivation was essence, chi, and spirit. The constellation realm corresponded to the path of essence. When one's essence and chi were abundant, one's physical defense would be strong. Therefore, when facing enemies, one would need to use sharp slashes. If one couldn't even break through the enemy's physical defense, then no matter how exquisite one's combat skills were, it would be useless. There were only two ways to change this. One was to increase the sharpness of the mountain coiling saber. However, this kind of increase would only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. As a Dharma armament cultivator, every battle required close combat with the enemy, and every slash required full strength. Once the mountain coiling saber became sharper, it would be easier for it to break. In this way, it would need to be carefully repaired after a few battles, which was very troublesome. Take the battle with Bai Shi as an example. After that battle, there were many small cracks on the mountain coiling saber, which directly affected the power of the mountain coiling saber. Therefore, it wasn't advisable to simply make the mountain coiling saber sharper. All this time, the mountain coiling saber had never had sharpness as its characteristic. Lu Ye's several upgrades were all focused on its sturdiness. Only when it was sturdy enough would it be easier for him to use his full strength and not have to worry about the saber breaking in battle, which would affect his strength. This was the biggest advantage of the mountain coiling saber, and Lu Yi didn't plan to change this characteristic. Then there was only the second path left, which was to think of a solution with spirit runes. After the second transformation of the talent tree and the ability to deduce spiritual tattoos, Lu Yi had a vague idea to deduce a new sharpness spiritual tattoo so that it would have a better effect than the original sharpness spiritual tattoo. However, at that time, because he had to deduce the void spirit rune, he couldn't multitask. Moreover, this idea was too vague, and Lu Yi didn't know how to put it into action until he came into contact with the fairy race in the fairy tree realm. The fairy's blessing gave him hope. In the end, the blessing that Lu Yingying gave him was no different from a spirit rune. They both increased the lethality of the mountain coiling saber, allowing him to be invincible in the battle against the Zergs. However, Lu Yingying's blessing was much better than the sharpness spirit rune in terms of effect. The reason why Lu Yi came up with the idea of stealing Lu Yingying and Hong Dandan was not because he was greedy for them. He just wanted to bring them back to study their blessings. It would be best if he could complete the idea of deducing the new sharpness spiritual inscriptions through their blessings. Unfortunately, he didn't succeed in the end. Before he left, he was stopped by the reincarnation tree. The two fairies were exchanged for a leaf from the reincarnation tree. He didn't know if it was a loss or a gain. In any case, he didn't bring the fairies back. However, Lu Yi still had the experience of being blessed with a blessing. At that time, he wanted to feel the power of the blessing and had some vague ideas in his heart. Now it was up to him to see if he had the ability to turn these ideas into reality. This was undoubtedly a very difficult thing to do because the process needed to be deduced based on the result. The result was that the mountain coiling saber became even sharper under the blessing of the blessing. Lu Yi had to deduce a new spirit rune based on the sharpness spirit rune to achieve the same effect as the blessing of the blessing. This required constant trial and error. Fortunately, Lu Yi had enough time now. During the cultivation process, he didn't need to spend much effort. He only needed to activate the talent tree's power to devour pure spiritual energy. Therefore, this kind of deduction wouldn't delay his cultivation. Immersing himself in his thoughts, the yin and yang energies on the newly burning leaf on the talent tree began to change and connect. They gradually covered a leaf and then spread to the next leaf. Because the original sharpness spirit rune was used as the basis for deduction, this process was traceable and not completely based on imagination. The deduction of the talent tree was extremely magical. As soon as Lu Yi started to deduce, he was completely immersed in it and completely forgot his environment. He didn't realize that he was still in the state of cultivation at all. All his energy and mind were devoted to it. In this state, many wonderful ideas constantly emerged in his mind and turned into yin and yang energies. All kinds of knowledge about the way of spiritual tattoos that he had learned in the past were constantly colliding in his mind and arousing new sparks. This was a deduction that allowed him to review the old and learn the new. It was also a summary of what he had learned. Although he was completely immersed in it, Lu Yi could still faintly feel that if this idea was successful, his attainments in the way of spiritual tattoos would definitely be greatly improved. Chapter 1280. While cultivating and deducing spirit veins, Lu Yi completely lost his perception of the passage of time. His mind was filled with the various combinations of yin and yang. He even forgot to use the golden spirit stick. But his cultivation did not stop. He didn't know how long this state lasted until Lu Yi suddenly felt that the spirit energy in his body was surging much faster than usual. At the same time, it seemed that an invisible shackle had been broken. Only then did he come back to his senses. His qi was boiling, his spirit energy and vitality surging together, and an invisible aura spread out. His whole body felt an indescribable comfort from the inside out. The ninth order divine sea realm. This was a bottleneck that had troubled countless generations of cultivators in the 9 states. It was also the highest level that cultivators in the 9 states could reach in the past 10,000 years. Generations of cultivators had been stuck at this point, unable to move forward. It was unknown how many heroes had chosen to enter secluded retreat in order to seek the opportunity to break through. But in the end, it all ended in failure. Before this generation, no one knew that a cultivator's cultivation realm was actually related to the level of the world. If the level of the world was not high enough, no matter how monstrous one's aptitude was, no matter how much they cultivated in secluded retreat, they would not be able to glimpse the dawn of a breakthrough. Compared to the ancestors of the 9 states in the past, the cultivators of this generation were extremely lucky. They just happened to catch up with the upgrade of the 9 states world. This generation and the elite cultivators in the future no longer had to worry about being stuck at the divine sea realm. But this was an opportunity and, at the same time, a risk. With the connection to the starry sky, it was no longer possible for the 9 states to survive silently as before. Perhaps one day, the 9 states would usher in new enemies and new crises. This required the current cultivators of the 9 states to work hard in cultivation. Only by constantly improving their strength could they be qualified to protect their homeland and home in the future. For cultivators like Lu Yi, the 9th Order Divine Sea Realm was just another new realm. Only when one's cultivation reached this level would it be possible to enter the starry sky. It was just a possibility. Although there was no precedent of a 9th Order Divine Sea Realm cultivator failing to ascend to the Star Mansion realm so far, that was because all the cultivators in the 9 provinces who had ascended to the Star Mansion realm had spent a great deal of time in the 9th Order Divine Sea Realm. With this accumulation, the success rate of ascension was naturally extremely high. Moreover, in the previous environment of the 9 provinces, those who could cultivate to the 9th order divine sea realm were all outstanding talents. Such elite cultivators only lacked an opportunity to soar. The upgrade of the 9 provinces world gave them such an opportunity, and they could take advantage of it. However, advancing from the divine sea realm to the constellation realm was still a huge leap in cultivation. It was impossible to have a 100% success rate. Just like in the past, there was always a risk of failure when advancing to the next realm. Before the true lake realm, it was still okay. As long as one had enough accumulation, the success rate would not be low. However, advancing from the true lake realm to the divine sea realm was a huge obstacle for many cultivators. It could be foreseen that in the future, with the changes in the cultivation environment of the 9 regions, it would become easier and easier for cultivators to advance to the divine sea realm. However, correspondingly, the advancement of the divine sea realm to the constellation realm would inevitably fail. Ordinary cultivators would not feel much when advancing from the 8th order divine sea realm to the 9th order. It was nothing more than an improvement in their foundation and strength. However, after Lu Yi advanced to the 9th order divine sea realm, he could clearly feel a mysterious power begin to take effect in his body. It was nourishing every inch of his flesh and blood at an extremely gentle speed, causing his flesh and blood to glow with a stronger vitality. It even made his entire body feel warm and comfortable. After a brief perception, Lu Yi knew what kind of power was at work. It was the reward for winning the 1st order divine sea realm. This power had been hidden in his flesh and blood all this time. Lu Yi thought that this power would only begin to take effect when he advanced to the constellation realm. He never thought that it would have already begun. This was undoubtedly better, because from the 9th order divine sea realm to the star constellation realm, it would take a period of time to accumulate. During this time, the subtle influence of this mysterious power would definitely play a better role. He understood that when this gentle power fully integrated into his flesh and blood, it would be the best time for him to advance to the constellation realm. This process might take some time. Turning his head, he looked at the rabbit-like little 9 and said, "Thanks." During this period of time, he had been immersed in the process of deducing spirit runes and had completely forgotten to crush the golden spirit lot to maintain his cultivation. However, his cultivation had not been interrupted. The main reason was that little 9 had come over at some point. Every time the time limit of a golden spirit lot was almost up, little 9 would crush a new one for Lu Yi, allowing him to maintain his cultivation state. If not for this, Lu Ye's cultivation would not have been affected too much. However, being interrupted in the process of deducing would undoubtedly be very troublesome. Little 9 opened his eyes and glanced at him, but did not say anything. He had a proud look on his face that said, "What would you do without me?" Lu Yi got up and walked out of the bamboo house, slowly pulling out the mountain coiling saber from his waist. With a thought, the sharpness spirit rune on the mountain coiling saber activated. However, this time it was not the original sharpness spirit rune, but the one he had deduced recently. After such a long period of deduction, there were still some results. The moment the new sharpness spirit rune activated, a faint light flashed on the pitch-black mountain coiling saber, faintly emitting a feeling of sharpness. Lu Yi brandished the saber and slowly danced. It was just like the scene of him practicing the saber when his cultivation was low. Every movement was meticulous. On the green bamboo peak, as the figure moved, the sound of the saber cutting through the air was endless. Only after a long time did Lu Yi slowly withdraw his saber, his brows tightly knitted. Although he did not have the chance to have a real battle with a strong enemy to test the results of his deduction, Lu Yi could still feel that the new sharpness spirit rune he deduced this time was not satisfactory. In comparison, the new sharpness spirit rune's effect was indeed better than the original sharpness spirit rune, but it had not reached the expected level. Not to mention, it could not be compared to Zhu Yan, who was blessed by green luster. Such a spirit rune, in a real life and death battle, could bring him limited improvement. If he really reached the constellation realm, relying on such results to kill the enemy, he might have to spend a lot of effort. As expected, it was not so easy to deduce a new spirit rune. Previously, Lu Yi was able to deduce the Void spirit rune smoothly because he had learned the complete Void spirit rune from a book. His deduction of the Void spirit rune was just a refinement of some details on the original foundation, which was not a subversive result. But now, it was not so simple when it came to the Sharpness spirit rune. It meant that he had to deduce a complete new spirit rune. Even if he used the original Sharpness spirit rune as the basis for deduction, it was still very difficult. Lu Yi felt that even if he continued to deduce it, he would not make much progress. Fundamentally, although he had some achievements in the way of spirit runes, he was still young and had not spent enough time on the way of spirit runes over the years. He spent more time in the process of cultivation and improving his fighting skills. He had always regarded the way of spirit runes as an auxiliary. It seemed that he relied too much on the talent tree. Because he could use the spirit runes on the talent tree at will, he lost the interest and motivation to study the way of spirit runes. There was still no end to learning. In particular, the way of spirit runes, which was more inclined to the theoretical type, did not have enough time and energy to immerse himself in it. After all, it was just half-baked knowledge. Fortunately, he still had his master. Lu Yi decided to ask his master for guidance. Speaking of which, he had not paid a visit to his master on this trip, which was somewhat inappropriate. But when Lu Yi arrived at the Bright Moon Peak, he found that the huge spirit peak was empty. Even his master's avatar, Xiao Dai, whom he could see every time he came here, was nowhere to be seen. It seemed that there had been no one here for a long time. He tried to send a message to his master, but the message could not be sent out. He could only send a message to his second senior sister to inquire about the situation. After receiving a reply from his second senior sister, Lu Yi knew that his master had been promoted to a constellation mansion and had left the 9 provinces more than 3 months ago to go deep into the starry sky. Not only had his master Yun Xuecha left, but even the sect leader had left with her. Therefore, when he returned this time, Lu Yi did not even see the sect leader. In the current Blue Blood sect, only Shui Yuan was still bitterly guarding it because she could not leave. If she left, the entire Blue Blood sect would be like a dragon without a head, and the disciples would inevitably lose their protection. When that time came, they would be like a sheet of loose sand. Of course, this was also because Shui Yuan's cultivation was not high enough. Although Shui Yuan had broken through to the Divine Sea Realm a long time ago, her cultivation was still only at the 7th Order Divine Sea Realm. Lu Yi could not help but be dumbfounded. More than 3 months ago, he was competing with the geniuses of the various Alpha Origin realms. However, this was also a good thing. His master and sect leader had both stepped into a constellation mansion and were now exploring the starry sky together. They were both free and unfettered. But Lu Yi did not know if the sect leader could untie the knot in his master's heart. With his master gone, there was no one to guide him. Lu Yi thought about it and sent a message to Shui Yuan, asking her to help him inquire about the whereabouts of the famous spirit tattooists who were still in the 9 provinces. Since his master was not here, he could only look for other spirit tattooists to discuss. Perhaps these spirit tattooists who were still in the 9 provinces were not as good as him in terms of cultivation and strength, but Lu Yi would not underestimate them because of this. In the past, these spirit tattooists were able to become famous because they had their own strengths, and these strengths were what Lu Yi needed to learn. He did not leave Bright Moon Peak, but plunged in. His master had left, but the books she left behind were still there. Lu Yi decided to recultivate the Tao of spirit tattoos before he was promoted to a constellation mansion. He would start with the books left behind by his master. Chapter 1281. There was no end to learning. The more Lu Yi immersed himself in the way of spiritual tattoos, the more he could feel the vastness and profoundness of it. In fact, every aspect of a practitioner's cultivation was inseparable from spiritual tattoos. But most of the time, even the practitioners themselves neglected this point. Undoubtedly, the influence of spiritual tattoos ran through every practitioner's life. There were a lot of books about spiritual tattoos on Mingyue Peak, which were all collected by Master throughout his life. Lu Yi had read many of them before, but at that time his cultivation was low and his attainments in spiritual tattoos were not mature enough. Therefore, he just skimmed through many things without a deep understanding. Now, when he looked back, he had a different feeling. He could often get some new inspirations which benefited him a lot. Days passed, and Lu Yi stayed on Mingyue Peak for 2 months, until one day after 2 months he walked out of Bright Moon Peak. Inexplicably, he felt as if a lifetime had passed. After 2 months of cultivation, Lu Yi could feel that he had made great progress in spiritual tattoos, but he was not in a hurry to deduce spiritual tattoos, because he faintly felt that he was still lacking. Even if he tried to deduce spiritual tattoos at this time, he was afraid that he would not get a good result. He came to guarding the peak and found second senior sister, who was refining elixirs with a calabash. If you want to cultivate spiritual tattoos, I suggest you go to Yuzhou. Seeing his arrival, Shui Yuan immediately understood his plan. Yuzhou. Lu Yi was puzzled. Shui Yuan said, "There is a divine tattoo sect in Yuzhou, which occupies a treasured place. It has always been the holy land in the eyes of spiritual tattooists in 9 regions. However, because the divine rune sect belongs to the Myriad Devil Ridge, only the spirit rune masters of the Myriad Devil Ridge could cultivate in the sacred land. But now, the situation is different. The sacred land of the Divine Rune Sect is open to the Divine Sea Realm cultivators of the Grand Sky Alliance. If you want to go, the Divine Rune Sect will not refuse." Lu Yi really didn't know about it. Speaking of which, he didn't know much about 9 regions. After all, he was young and didn't spend enough time in 9 regions, so he knew little about the secrets of various sections. If it weren't for Shui Yuan's reminder, he really didn't know that there was a holy land of spiritual tattooists in 9 regions. "You asked me to inquire about the whereabouts of those famous spiritual tattooists. Now there are many powerful spiritual tattooists gathering there to comprehend the way of spiritual tattoos." Hearing her words, Lu Yi immediately became interested. At present, he was thirsty for spiritual tattoos. Now that he knew there was a place where so many spiritual tattooists gathered, he naturally didn't want to miss it. He immediately bid farewell to Shui Yuan and set out on his journey. He went straight to the heavenly fortune hall of his sect and teleported to the serene continent with the help of the heavenly fortune pillar. He appeared in a Tianji business union, less than 3,000 miles away from the Divine Rune Sect. This place was also the closest Tianji pillar to the Divine Rune Sect. Since Lu Yi was going to pay them a visit, he naturally couldn't directly descend on their main sect. Even though Lu Yi currently had the ability to do so, if he really did so, it wouldn't be a visit but an invasion. Lu Yi took out the map of the Heavenly Secret Merchant Union, and after ascertaining the direction, he left the Heavenly Secret Merchant Union and soared into the skies, heading straight for the Divine Inscription Sect. In the past, the general trend of the 9 provinces was that the 2 camps were in constant conflict. They each had their own master and couldn't get along with each other. The entire Serene Continent was under the control of the Myriad Devil Ridge. The Divine Rune Sect was also a sect of the Myriad Devil Ridge. Naturally, the Divine Rune Sect wouldn't open its sacred land to the people of the Haotian Alliance. It was just like how the 100 Formation Pagoda of the Sky Expanse sect in the Mist Province wouldn't open to the people of the Myriad Devil Ridge. However, after the insect disaster that swept through the 9 provinces and the magnificent expedition to the Blood Refinement World, the previous situation had been changed. Currently, the 2 camps couldn't be said to exist in name only, but the relationship between them had broken a lot. In particular, Many large sects showed signs of cooperation in many aspects. Under such a general trend, the Divine Rune sect also opened its sacred land to the public and was willing to let the spiritual tattooists of the Hautian Alliance to comprehend and exchange knowledge. It was also a good karma. So now, spiritual tattooists from all over the 9 provinces gathered in the sacred land of the Divine Rune sect. If Lu Yi wanted to find a spiritual tattooist to discuss and exchange knowledge, going to the Divine Rune sect was the most time-saving method. It was definitely better than visiting them one by one. Shui Yuan also sensed his intention, so she gave him such advice. After a while, a vast mountain range appeared in front of Lu Yi. The grade of the Divine Rune sect wasn't low. According to Tianji's evaluation, it was a 2nd-grade sect. There were many Divine Sea cultivators in the sect, so the foundation they occupied was naturally not small. Compared to the current Jade Blood sect, the scene in the Divine Rune sect was undoubtedly much livelier. There were many rare beasts in the mountain range, and there were pavilions and pavilions in the spiritual peaks. Cultivators shuttled back and forth. It was a beautiful scene of a flourishing sect. There would be a day when the Jade Blood sect would be so prosperous, but not now. Lu Yi didn't conceal his aura and went deeper inside. Along the way, he encountered disciples of the Divine Rune sect. After sensing Lu Ye's Divine Sea Cultivator aura, they all bowed politely. However, Lu Ye's young age still surprised and envied these disciples. They all realized that he was probably a figure nurtured by a top sect. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to have such a deep cultivation at such a young age. Only after arriving at the entrance of the Divine Inscription sect did Lu Ye's silhouette descend. A disciple who was on duty respectfully greeted. "May I ask where fellow Taoist is from? What business do you have with my Divine Inscription sect?" The disciple's cultivation wasn't high, but it wasn't low either. He was a 3rd-order, true Lake Realm cultivator, which was also the face of a 2nd-grade sect. Normally, when one saw a Divine Sea cultivator, one would have to call him senior. But Lu Yi was obviously young, so the disciple could only call him fellow Taoist. Lu Yi took out a letter he had prepared in advance and handed it over. "Please report that Lu Yi of the Jade Blood sect is here to pay a visit." The disciple was only surprised by Lu Ye's young and promising appearance, but after hearing Lu Ye's name, he was obviously shocked. He couldn't help but look at Lu Yi carefully. Sure enough, he felt that Lu Yi was somewhat familiar. In the past, Lu Yi had stirred up trouble in the Spirit Stream battlefield and the Cloud River battlefield, causing the top sects of Myriad Demon Ridge to suffer. The Myriad Demon Ridge had even issued a bounty for him, saying that anyone who could kill Lu Yi would be rewarded handsomely. It was also during that time that Lu Ye's image had been circulating in the Myriad Demon Ridge camp for a while. The disciple had also seen Lu Ye's image, but now that several years had passed, Lu Ye's cultivation and aura had changed, so the disciple couldn't recognize him at a glance. But after hearing Lu Ye's name, he quickly reacted. "The Jade Blood sect of the War Province!" Yes. The disciple's expression turned solemn as he hurriedly said, "Please wait a moment, fellow Taoist. I will go and report this." If one were to talk about who was the most famous in the 9 continents, it would definitely not be the masters who had advanced to the Star Mansion realm, nor the veteran Divine Sea cultivators who had been famous for a long time, but Lu Yi of the Jade Blood sect, who once had the title of Sect Exterminating Yi. Whether it was solving the insect plague or the expedition to the blood-refining world, Lu Yi had played an indelible and irreplaceable role. The current prosperity of the 9 continents was also due to Lu Ye's great contribution. In the 9 continents, countless cultivators of the younger generation regarded him as a role model and a legend. How could the disciple dare to neglect such a character coming to pay a visit in person? Even the upper echelons of the Divine Rune sect didn't dare to neglect him. Therefore, not long after the disciple left, several figures flew out from the Divine Rune sect. Each of them had a powerful aura and were all in the divine sea realm. In the blink of an eye, they gathered at the gate of the sect. The leader of the group was an old man who welcomed them with a big smile. I was wondering why there were magpies playing on the branches today. It turns out that we have a distinguished guest. Fellow Taoist, Lu has come from afar. My divine rune sect has neglected you. Please forgive us for our rudeness. Senior, you are too polite. We have disturbed you uninvited. Please forgive us. Originally, when they heard that Lu Yi of the Jade Blood sect had come, these divine sea realm cultivators of the divine rune sect were still a little worried. After all, he was young, promising, and famous. Perhaps some young people had the problem of being arrogant. But when they saw that Lu Yi was humble and polite, they were relieved and their attitude became more friendly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Yi found out that the divine sea realm cultivator in the lead was called Pei Yuan, the current sect leader of the divine rune sect. Originally, he was only a vice sect leader, but the original sect leader had already ascended to the constellation realm and left the 9 continents, thus passing the position of sect leader to him. However, judging from his aura and background, he probably wouldn't be the sect leader for too long. Who knew when he would find an opportunity and ascend to the constellation realm? Right now, all the top sects in the 9 continents were facing a situation where the new and the old were replaced. To the entire cultivation world of the 9 continents, this was a good thing. But to the sects involved, there were many trivial matters that needed to be taken care of. Under the introduction of Pei Yuan, Lu Yi greeted the vice sect leader and the elders of the divine rune sect. Only then did they enter the sect in a lively manner. When they arrived at the guest hall, they sat for a while and chatted for a while. Then Lu Yi went straight to the point and pointed out his purpose for coming. Pei Yuan seemed to have expected this. I have long heard that fellow Taoist Lu has great attainments in the Tao of spirit runes. Now it seems that it is indeed so. Fellow Taoist Lu is really young and promising, and our sect's sacred ground is now open to all fellow Taoists in the 9 continents. If fellow Taoist Lu wants to go and observe, it is our sect's honor. Lu Yi said, "Let's go now." His purpose of coming here was to see the so-called sacred ground of spirit rune masters. How could he be in the mood to chat with the people of the divine rune sect? Pei Yuan nodded, stood up, and said, "Then fellow Taoist Lu, please follow me." Then he personally led Lu Yi out of the main hall and flew in a certain direction. On the way, Pei Yuan briefly introduced the situation of the sacred ground. Lu Yi only listened in silence. In fact, before coming here, he had already learned about the situation from Shui Yuan. However, since Pei Yuan had intentionally introduced the sacred ground, Lu Yi naturally wouldn't be ignorant. Not long after, they arrived in front of a cliff. The cliff was smooth and flat, as if it had been cut out by someone with supreme strength. Presumably, this was the so-called sacred ground. Chapter 1282. 300 feet above the cliff, there was a dark cave entrance. Pei Yuan led Lu Yi to this place and stopped. He pointed to the cave entrance and said, "Fellow Taoist Lu, from this cave entrance you will see the Holy Land. Now there are many spiritual tattooists gathered here. Maybe more people will come here in the future. I hope you can gain something from it." "Thank you, Sect Master Pei." Lu Yi thanked him. Pei Yuan was only responsible for leading Lu Yi to this place. He didn't intend to go deeper, so he quickly turned and left. After watching him leave, Lu Yi stepped into the cave entrance. The passage inside the cave was very spacious, enough to accommodate several people walking side by side. Through the perception of divine thought, Lu Yi could perceive that there were many vitality gathering in the depths of the cave. They must be the spiritual tattooists from all over the 9 regions who came to observe and cultivate. Lu Yi went straight inside. After walking for half a cup of tea's time, he vaguely heard someone talking in front of him. Listening carefully, it seemed that they were arguing about something. He continued to move forward. After a while, a huge karst cave appeared in front of him. There were spots of light all around, decorated with strange stones, so that the karst cave was not dark, but as bright as day. Looking around, there were quite a number of people gathered in the cave, at least 100. Some are gathered together, some are sitting cross-legged in front of the cave wall, observing with rapt attention, and some were sitting in pairs with a jade plate in front of them. Everyone was circulating their spirit force, as if they were competing with each other. All kinds of voices came into his ears, and it seemed very lively. Lu Yi didn't expect this place to be like this. Originally, he thought that the so-called Holy Land must be a quiet and peaceful place. Now he knew that he thought too much. He turned his head and looked around. He found that the inside of the karst cave was flat and smooth stone everywhere. Those stone surfaces were engraved with all kinds of complicated lines. If a cultivator who didn't know the Tao of spiritual tattoo saw it, he would be dizzy and confused. But for spiritual tattooists, these complicated lines contained great wisdom and were good things to be understood and observed. When Lu Yi walked in, there were some who noticed him. However, they only casually cast a few glances at him and didn't pay any more attention to him. Right now, there were many people entering and exiting the sacred grounds of the Divine Inscription sect. Lu Ye's youthful appearance naturally wouldn't attract any attention. Following the quarrel, Lu Yi came to a smooth stone wall. After listening silently for a moment, he figured out what was going on. Obviously, the spiritual tattooists gathered here had different understandings and opinions about the lines inscribed on the stone wall. One side believed that the lines were the embryonic form of a certain spiritual tattoo, while the other side believed that they were the embryonic form of another spiritual tattoo. Both sides had their own opinions and quarreled fiercely. Lu Yi took the opportunity to join in and express his opinion, but he was quickly drowned out by the spit of both sides. He had never experienced such a situation before. Facing a group of seniors who had been immersed in the Tao longer than him, Lu Yi did not want to argue too much with them, so he could only stand aside and watch. However, the two sides didn't quarrel for too long, because there was no fixed winner or loser in the dispute of the Tao of spiritual tattoo. Both sides had their own reasons and no one was right. Then they could only fight to see who was the real winner. They didn't want to fight to the death like ordinary fights. Since they were all spiritual tattooists, what they competed with was naturally things in the Tao of spiritual tattoo. Based on the lines in dispute, each of them tried their best to deduce the spiritual tattoo. Whoever could deduce the most stable spiritual tattoo would be the winner. This was also the most tacit way of fighting among the spiritual tattooists gathered here. Lu Yi had never seen it before, so he felt it was quite novel. He silently integrated into it, took out a jade plate specially used by spiritual tattooists, and began to build the yin and yang on the jade plate with his spiritual force. The lines on the stone wall were incomplete. If a spiritual tattooist wanted to deduce a new spiritual tattoo with them, it would undoubtedly test the spiritual tattooist skills. Lu Yi didn't know how the other spiritual tattooists were doing, but he was making good progress. Perhaps it was because of the characteristics brought by the second transformation of the talent tree. He always had many wonderful ideas that others couldn't reach when it came to deduce spiritual tattoos. An hour later, the jade plate in Lu Ye's hand flashed, and a spiritual tattoo was formed. This anomaly immediately attracted the attention of other spiritual tattooists who were working hard. They all looked over and were very surprised. No one expected that among so many people present, this seemingly youngest guy was the first one to produce results. They didn't need to deduce anymore. They all gathered around and passed Lu Ye's jade plate around, commenting from time to time. Although this newly deduced spiritual tattoo had some shortcomings, it was undeniable that it was indeed a formed spiritual tattoo because it could exist stably on the jade plate. Of course, being able to exist stably and form didn't mean that it was useful. There were two kinds of spiritual tattoos. One was useful, which could play a role in fighting, cultivation, or other fields. The other was the one deduced by Lu Yi at this moment. It was a kind of useless spiritual tattoo. It could only exist, but it couldn't play any practical role. In fact, there were many such spiritual tattoos. Most of them were used by spiritual tattooists for research purposes. Basically, every spiritual tattooist could deduce many useless spiritual tattoos. Of course, uselessness and usefulness could often be interchanged. A useless spiritual tattoo might become a useful spiritual tattoo after some slight changes in the details. Similarly, those useful spiritual tattoos, if the arrangement of one or two yin and yang was changed, would become useless or even unable to take shape. After a round of comments, the two spiritual tattooists fell into a new round of quarrel. Both of them thought that the spiritual tattoo deduced by Lu Yi belonged to the field they recognized. Lu Yi found that these spiritual tattooists were all stubborn and didn't submit to anyone. If these guys died 100 years later, they might still have a mouth left. Amidst the commotion, everyone suddenly turned their gazes to Lu Yi, and a respected old man asked, "Little friend, you were the one who deduced this spirit rune. So tell us, what are the characteristics of this spirit rune?" Lu Yi looked embarrassed and stammered for a while. "I think what you said is quite reasonable." A group of people immediately glared at him. After all, the fence-sitters didn't have a good ending. Lu Yi was soon excluded from this circle, but he didn't care. He continued to walk to the side and observe other lines on the stone wall. There was no doubt that these lines were left by the powerful spiritual tattooists in the previous 9 provinces era. This place might have been the place where some spiritual tattooists practiced in seclusion. They carved some of their understandings on the stone wall, which had been passed down to the present day over the years. Latecomers came here to observe the legacy of their ancestors, get some inspiration, and then improve their own spiritual tattoos. In the long run, this place had become the holy land of spiritual tattooists. In fact, there was nothing special here. If a person who was not a spiritual tattooist came here, he or she would not get any practical benefits at all. But a real spiritual tattooist would scramble for such a treasure land like a flock of ducks. Moreover, those who were qualified to come here were all highly accomplished in spiritual tattoos. Those who were not accomplished enough would not be led here at all. In the first few days, those spiritual tattooists ignored Lu Yi because of his age. But as time went by, when Lu Yi gradually showed his attainments in spiritual tattoos, many spiritual tattooists really regarded him as a fellow practitioner. Lu Yi sometimes observed the lines on the stone wall by himself, sometimes discussed with other spiritual tattooists, and sometimes joined in some debates. In such a place, no one knew that he was Lu Yi of the Jade Blood Sect, and he didn't know the names of others. No matter men or women, old or young, they were all like-minded people who were striving for spiritual tattoos. They were real fellow practitioners. Such an atmosphere was an extremely rare experience for a spiritual tattooist. Compared with the closed-door cultivation, it was undoubtedly much more effective. The mutual discussion with each spiritual tattooist could benefit Lu Yi. In this way, he could get the advantages of all kinds of spiritual tattooists. Once again, Lu Yi forgot the passage of time and was completely immersed in it. Unconsciously, his attainments in spiritual tattoos were constantly improved. Under his purposeful arrangement, he almost had one-to-one in-depth exchanges with all the spiritual tattooists here. Many spiritual tattooists gradually realized his profound attainments in spiritual tattoos, and no one looked down upon him because of his age. In many cases, they even asked him to make a judgment when the dispute couldn't be resolved. Every time, it was quite difficult for Lu Yi, because no matter which side he stood on, the other side would not be convinced. In the end, they could only decide the winner in the way of spiritual tattooists. In a flash, 3 months had passed. On this day, 2 spiritual tattooists kept quarreling because of the lines on a stone wall. They couldn't reach a conclusion, so they decided to let Lu Yi be the judge. However, when they turned around, they found that Lu Yi was sitting on a stone wall motionlessly, as if he had fallen into a deep meditation. Don't disturb him. This little fellow practitioner has been meditating 3 days ago, and he seems to have comprehended something. Someone said, Then let's keep our voices down. It's an opportunity to comprehend something here. Don't ruin his good fortune. All the people nodded. Lu Yi was meditating, not because of comprehension, but because he was reviewing the loads on the leaves of the talent tree. The leaves of the talent tree carried not only the complete spiritual tattoos, but also the construction skills of spiritual tattoos and many understandings of the spiritual tattoos. Lu Yi didn't know where these understandings of the spiritual tattoos came from, just as he didn't know how those spiritual tattoos came to be. But there was no doubt that these understandings were rare treasures for any spiritual tattooist, which could help Lu Yi achieve higher achievements on the basis of these understandings. Chapter 1283. On the bright moon peak of the Jade Blood Sect, Lu Yi read all the books about spiritual tattoos left by his master. During this period, he spent 2 months coming to the holy land of spiritual tattooists to observe the relics of the former 9 provinces era and to compete with many fellow practitioners for 3 months. After 5 months of painstaking cultivation, Lu Yi didn't know how much progress he had made in the way of spiritual tattoos, but it was still not enough. He could continue to study and absorb the information on the leaves of the talent tree. It was the same as when he read his master's books. In the past, when he obtained these books, he didn't have high attainments in the way of spiritual tattoos and just skimmed through them. He knew many things, but didn't know why. Now, when he thought about it carefully, he gained something new. It was like eating a bowl of rice. In the past, Lu Yi would only feel that it was delicious after eating it. But now, when he ate the same bowl of rice again, he could distinguish what kind of ingredients were added in the bowl of rice and what kind of cooking method was used. For inches this way, if he needed, he could make this bowl of rice by himself. While recalling the information on the leaves of the talent tree, Lu Yi also sorted out what he had learned. Every time, there would be some unexpected surprises. So from this day on, there was one less spiritual tattooist participating in the competition in the Holy Land. Lu Yi sat in front of a smooth stone wall, like a withered sculpture, silent and motionless. If it weren't for his long breath and vitality, others would really regard him as a dry and dead person. 2 during this period, some new people joined and some left. In such a place, no one would restrict others from doing anything. Since it was the holy land of spiritual tattooists, as long as one was qualified enough, he or she could come and go freely. On this day, a group of spiritual tattooists finished a competition. An old man turned his head and glanced at him, sighing, "This little fellow practitioner has been in meditation for more than 2 months. I don't know what kind of enlightenment he has. It took him such a long time." It wasn't anything new to gain something here and then enter a state of enlightenment. Usually, under such circumstances, outsiders wouldn't rashly disturb them. However, no one had ever entered a state of meditation for such a long time. In the past, the longest period of meditation was less than 3 days. After all, the enlightenment in the way of spiritual tattoos was often a flash of inspiration. It didn't take a long time like cultivation. Who knows? We can only ask him when he wakes up. Just as they were talking, someone suddenly exclaimed, "He's awake! He's awake!" Everyone looked up and saw Lu Yi, who had been sitting there motionless for the past 2 months, slowly stand up. Then, with the sound of a long sword being unsheathed, the mountain blade was unsheathed from his waist. One seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Someone was stunned. What is he going to do? This was the holy land of spiritual tattooists. The stone walls were engraved with the relics of ancient sages. In such a place, it was not good to use weapons rashly. Therefore, no matter how noisy the spiritual tattooists were, no one would really fight in order to avoid destroying the stone walls here. If that happened, they would be sinners for all eternity. Therefore, when they saw Lu Yi take out his long saber, some people were on tenterhooks. They were afraid that this kid would be angry out of humiliation because he failed to comprehend the mystery of the spirit tattoos and wantonly destroy them. It was not impossible for this to happen, but soon everyone realized that something was wrong because the stone wall in front of Lu Yi was smooth and there were no ancient lines left. As Lu Yi jumped up and came to the front of the stone wall, with the spiritual force surging and the long saber dancing, everyone realized what he was going to do. Is he going to leave an inscription? Hearing this, all the spiritual tattooists gasped in astonishment. Leaving an inscription didn't mean leaving a name. No one would leave their name in such a holy land. However, if one had some novel ideas or deduced a new spirit tattoo that had never been seen in the world, he could leave an inscription here for future generations to admire and learn. The traces left on the stone walls in the Holy Land were not left in the same era. Some were extremely ancient, some are more recent, and some are obviously left in the past hundreds or thousands of years. These inscriptions were left by the spiritual tattooists who had meditated and cultivated here in the past. They were the displays of what they had learned. But without exception, those who were qualified to leave an inscription here, whether it was a formed spirit tattoo or not, must be able to withstand the test of future generations. It was not as simple as leaving an inscription by carving a few unknown lines on it. That would not get recognition, but only ridicule. The most recent inscription on the stone walls could be traced back to more than 300 years ago. At that time, a genius spiritual tattooist appeared and deduced a new spirit tattoo on the basis of the ancient people. Since then, no one was qualified to leave an inscription in such a holy land. But the inscription had been left as a legend until now. None of the spiritual tattooists here expected that in today's world, someone dared to leave an inscription here. Moreover, it was such a young man with a tender face. Wasn't he afraid of being laughed at? After all, once the lines were inscribed on the stone wall, they would be tested by all the spiritual tattooists present. Some of the mysteries in the lines could not be faked. The sound of cracking came out constantly, and the stone chips were flying. Lu Yi didn't notice the movements of other spiritual tattooists around him. But after more than half a year of painstaking pursuit on the path of spiritual tattoos, he suddenly had a strong feeling in his heart. That was, if he deduced a new sharpness spiritual tattoo at this time, there would probably be a surprise. Just do it. Instead of deducing a new sharpness spiritual tattoo on the leaves of the talent tree, he chose to inscribe it directly on the stone wall in front of him. This showed his strong confidence in his current state. When the Pan Mountain saber danced on the stone wall and left crisscross lines, all the spiritual tattooists around were attracted and gathered behind him. No matter whether they were optimistic about his action or not, at least no one rashly disturbed him at this moment. They just waited quietly. Even if they wanted to criticize, they would wait until Lu Yi finished the work. Lu Yi didn't notice this. At this moment, he fell into a mysterious, ethereal state, and all kinds of inspiration kept bursting out in his mind. This feeling was very similar to that of deducing a new sharpness spiritual tattoo with the help of the talent tree in Green Bamboo Peak more than half a year ago, but it was more intense. At that time, he always had an unsatisfactory feeling, as if he had the strength but couldn't exert it. It turned out that the new sharpness spiritual tattoo he deduced at the end was not very useful. But it was different this time. Lu Yi felt that he was in a better state this time. He knew that the reason why he couldn't exert it last time was that his understanding of the way of spiritual tattoos was not deep enough. But after more than half a year of cultivation, his attainments in the way of spiritual tattoos had been greatly improved. So he could do his best and show all he had learned. Is he going to inscribe a complete spiritual tattoo? The spiritual tattooists who were watching from behind were gradually shocked. Originally, he thought that even if Lu Yi wanted to leave behind an inscription, he would only leave behind a unique pattern. If that was the case, then there would be a lot of room for criticism. This was because no one could be sure that such a pattern could really play a role in a spirit pattern. In fact, there were many such semi-finished lines on the stone wall, which had always been the focus of debate among the spiritual tattooists. But if he wanted to inscribe a complete spiritual tattoo, the result would be completely different. There was no room for criticism at all for a complete spiritual tattoo because it was complete enough to play a role in it. Inscribing a complete spiritual tattoo in such a place was undoubtedly a brand new spiritual tattoo, which had never appeared in the history of cultivation in 9 provinces. There is no doubt that this was groundbreaking and would be recorded in the annals of history. Since ancient times, all kinds of spiritual tattoos in the cultivation world had been deduced by generations of extremely talented spiritual tattooists. The birth of every new spiritual tattoo was enough to shake the world of spiritual tattoos. There hadn't been a new spiritual tattoo in 9 provinces for many years. Was history going to happen in front of their eyes today? For a time, many spiritual tattooists were excited and paid closer attention to it. But as time went by, they gradually found something wrong. This spiritual tattoo is too complicated. Now there are nearly 1,000 foundational units, and it seems that it is not even half completed. If it is completely inscribed, it will cost at least 2,000 foundational units, right? For something like a spiritual tattoo, the more complicated it was, the better. On the contrary, the simpler the spiritual tattoo, the more popular it would be because it was simple enough and easy to construct. In this way, it could play a role in battles or other fields. But if it was too complicated, it would be difficult to construct and naturally could not be popularized. Take forging a spirit artifact as an example. When forging a spirit artifact, one would need to inscribe spirit inscriptions inside the spirit artifact to form a restriction. Even the most outstanding weapon refiner would not be willing to inscribe 2 complicated spirit inscriptions inside the spirit artifact, because that would increase the chances of failure. Such a spiritual tattoo with at least 2,000 foundational units could not be used in weaponsmithing at all, because the requirement for weaponsmiths was too high. Inscribing such a spiritual tattoo as a restriction could already inscribe 5 or 6 normal spiritual tattoos. The price-performance ratio was too low. Such a complicated spiritual tattoo was usually used in setting up a formation. And it was the kind of formation that was set up in advance because there would be plenty of time to prepare in advance and allow for mistakes. Gradually, the number of foundational units on the stone wall exceeded 2,000, which confirmed the previous spiritual tattooist's inference. After a while, Lu Yi suddenly put away his knife. As the last stone chips fell, a complete spiritual tattoo appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It contained a total of 2,046 foundational units, and the overall shape of the spiritual tattoo looked like an unsheathed long knife at first glance. In fact, if someone who didn't know the Tao of spiritual tattoos came here to look, they would only see a picture of a long saber carved on a stone wall. However, that long saber was made up of more than 2,000 basic elements. A sharp aura surged out from the stone wall. Chapter 1284. A spiritual tattoo that had never appeared in 9 regions appeared in front of the eyes of many spiritual tattooists, which made them dazzled and intoxicated. They were all people who had been immersed in the way of spiritual tattoos for many years. Naturally, they could see something about the overall coordination. There was no big problem with this spiritual tattoo, but whether it could be formed stably, whether it could play its own unique role, and what kind of role it would play still needed to be carefully verified. It was not really a new spiritual tattoo just because it was engraved on the stone wall. No one asked, and they would only believe in their own judgment. Therefore, many spiritual tattooists sat cross-legged, took out their own jade plates, and began to carefully construct on the jade plates according to the spiritual tattoo in the shape of the long saber. But how could a spiritual tattoo formed by the precise combination of more than 2,000 basic elements be constructed so casually? Even these spiritual tattooists had to experience many failures, and practice makes perfect before they could slowly form it. It would take at least half a month or even longer, which was a matter for the future. Lu Yi quietly left the crowd and went straight to the back of the crowd. He stood in front of a plump woman in a floral dress and stared at her with a smile. The woman looked very uncomfortable, but she pretended to be calm. "Little friend, what's the matter?" Lu Yi untied the Pan Shan's saber from his waist, held it with one hand, and handed it over. The woman looked at the Pan Shan's saber, then looked up at him and sighed slightly. "Let's go out and talk." In the end, she couldn't avoid it. A group of spiritual tattooists were left in front of the stone wall to explore and verify. Lu Yi led the way, followed by the woman in the floral dress, and left the holy land of spiritual tattooists through the passage. After finding a secluded place nearby, Lu Yi stopped, turned around, and looked at the woman. "Master Yu, we finally meet." Although she had guessed it, when Lu Yi called out the name of Master Yu, the woman couldn't help but have a headache. She really couldn't figure out how she was exposed. She recognized Lu Yi as soon as she arrived at the Holy Land. Not because she recognized Lu Yi, but because she recognized Lu Ye's mountain blade. No matter what, this long blade had been upgraded by her several times, so she was very familiar with this long blade. It was also at this time that Grandmaster Yu found out that the person who had been relying on the Heaven's secret treasury to upgrade his weapon was actually Lu Ye of the Jade Blood Sect. However, the few times they had met, they had all been in the Tianji treasure vault. With the Tianji treasure vault concealing them, she had also deliberately changed her voice, so there was no reason for anyone to recognize her. However, she did not know that as early as when Lu Yi had just advanced to Cloud River Realm, he had already been blessed by the heavens. She thought that she was concealing herself, but in front of Lu Yi, she was completely defenseless. Her voice and appearance had long been exposed under Lu Ye's eyes. When they entered the sacred land, Master Yu recognized his mountain pan blade. How could he not recognize Master Yu? It was just that he didn't point it out immediately. It was about time for the Pan Mountain Saber to be reforged. Lu Yi had originally planned to let Ouyang Zi reforge it. After all, in the current 9 continents, he was the one with the highest refining standards. It was a pity that Ouyang Zi had also advanced to the Constellation Realm and left the 9 continents without any news. Lu Yi had previously thought of doing it himself. In any case, the reforging this time wasn't something too complicated. However, after careful consideration, he gave up on the idea. The main reason was that he didn't have any suitable tools on hand, nor did he have a suitable environment for refining tools. If he really did it himself, it would be quite troublesome. Since he had met Master Yu here, then he wouldn't bother the two of them. He would do it himself. Strictly speaking, this was not the first time the two of them had met. However, if he were to really examine it closely, this was indeed the first time they had met. Lu Yi wasn't sure what Master Yu's real name was, but thinking about it, such a charming woman couldn't really be called Master Yu. However, there was no need to get to the bottom of things when cultivators interacted. "How did you recognize me?" Master Yu was extremely puzzled. For those who have been blessed by the heavens, the concealment of the Tianji treasure vault is useless. Lu Yi answered honestly. Master Yu had a helpless expression, so it turned out that he had already exposed his true identity in front of her. To think that every time he met Lu Yi in the Tianji treasure vault, he deliberately used an old voice. "It's going to be upgraded again?" Master Yu asked. Lu Yi said there's no need for it to be upgraded. This time it's to be reforged. As she spoke, she casually tossed the mountain pan dao over and stated her request. Master Yu pulled out the mountain pan dao. Her beautiful face immediately darkened. She raised her head and glared at Lu Yi. "For you weapon cultivators, your weapon is your second life. You should cherish it and protect it. How did it end up like this?" She put on an angry posture, as if the mountain pan dao was her own. Lu Yi scratched her chin. "I also want to cherish it and protect it. However, I always encounter some powerful enemies. I just keep hacking, and it ended up like this." It was true that a weapon cultivator's second life was a weapon cultivator's, but they couldn't just abandon their weapons in the face of enemies. Things like boulder were simply too hard. Lu Yi couldn't be blamed for this. Master, you clearly knew this as well. So she didn't say anything more. She only said, as you requested, you'll need to add in some precious minerals. Moreover, you'll also need minerals of a specific nature. Lu Yi directly took out the short end and a portion of the black sand that she had left behind. She handed one to Master Yu. Can you use these 2 items? Master Yu received them and carefully inspected them for a moment. She was slightly moved. The quality of these 2 items is extremely high, especially this black sand. I've never seen it before. It's naturally suitable for reforging. She didn't ask Lu Yi where these items came from. Of these 2 items, one was clearly a completed spirit artifact, and the other was something similar to a rare treasure. Master, you didn't need to ask to know that these were spoils of war, as for which 2 unlucky bastards had encountered this sect exterminating leaf. She couldn't be bothered to find out. How long will it take? About a month. Master, you calculated for a moment. Lu Yi nodded. Then I'll contact you after a month. The time was about right. After a month, he should be promoted to a constellation. I have a condition. Master, you said. Speak. You're not allowed to tell anyone that I know how to refine weapons. Master, you looked at Lu Yi with a serious expression. Lu Yi said, curiously, refining weapons isn't something shameful. Why do you have to hide it? Master, you sighed. You don't understand, so there's no need to ask. Anyway, in this world, other than you, no one else knows that I know how to refine weapons. Everyone had their own secrets. Since Chen Shi had said so, Lu Yi naturally wouldn't get to the bottom of it, so he nodded and said, Don't worry, only the heavens and the earth know about this. Only you and I know about this, and no one else will know about it. There's one more thing. I want to know what's the use of the spirit inscription you left on the stone wall. If Lu Yi didn't specially look for her, she would be constructing the complex spirit inscription in front of the stone wall like the other spirit inscriptionists and exploring the mystery within. However, since Lu Yi was in front of her, it was undoubtedly better to ask directly. That spirit inscription, I'll call it Divine Edge for now. Divine Edge. Master, you frowned. It can be regarded as the advancement of the sharpness spirit inscription. It can exert a stronger lethality than the sharpness spirit inscription. Master, you pondered for a while and commented, If so, it's a little flashy. Whether it's in fighting, refining weapons, or other aspects, it's very difficult to use this divine edge. Her comment hit the nail on the head. The divine edge might be able to exert a stronger lethality than the sharpness spirit inscription, but its drawback was also very obvious. It was too complicated. The formation of more than 2,000 basic elements was destined to make it unable to play any role in a battle. In a life-and-death battle, the situation was constantly changing. Who would have the energy and time to construct such a complicated spirit inscription? If they really did so, they would probably have a life and death battle before the spirit inscription was successfully constructed. Lu Yi smiled. That's true. The Divine Edge spirit inscription wasn't perfect. Because of its overly complicated characteristics, it was very difficult to use. However, Lu Yi didn't deduce this spirit inscription for popularizing it. He just wanted to use it for himself. No matter how complicated the spirit inscription was, with the help of the talent tree, he could construct it at will. Moreover, with the current foundation, as his strength and cultivation increased in the future and his attainments in the path of spirit inscriptions deepened, there might be a chance for him to optimize this spirit inscription and make it popular. Of course, this would probably take a long time before he had the ability to do so. Master, you said. But no matter what, being able to deduce a new spirit inscription is enough for you, Luya, to leave your name in the annals of the 9 provinces. As expected, the younger generation will surpass us in time. Master, you're not that old, right? Lu Yi looked at her. Master, you obviously didn't want to discuss about her age. She turned around and said, If that's the case, You can come and get the saber when the time comes." She then flew out and didn't mention to Lu Yi how much she wanted to receive. After she left, Lu Yi sat down cross-legged. The divine edge had been deduced and engraved on the stone wall of the sacred ground. However, Lu Yi still had one more thing to do. That was to engrave the divine edge on the leaf of the talent tree. With this, when he faced enemies in the future, he would be able to activate this spirit inscription as he pleased to strengthen the mountain pan saber and increase its lethality. This wasn't difficult, especially under the premise that he had already engraved it once. It only took Lu Yi slightly more than 2 hours to complete the engraving of the divine edge. On the leaf of the talent tree that was burning fiercely, there was a new spirit inscription. Moreover, this new spirit inscription was undoubtedly of great significance to Lu Yi. Strictly speaking, this was the first time he had deduced a spirit inscription on his own. The void spirit inscriptions from before couldn't be counted, as he had learned about void spirit inscriptions from books long ago. With the help of the talent tree's deduction, he had only made some improvements in the details of the spirit inscriptions. However, the divine edge had truly been created from nothing. It might not be perfect and was indeed complicated, but it was like Lu Ye's first child. Lu Yi had great expectations for it. With this successful experience, if he wanted to deduce new spirit inscriptions in the future, he would definitely be able to avoid many detours. Most importantly, Lu Yi felt that the divine edge still had room for simplification and improvement. However, this required him to continue to improve his attainments in the path of spirit inscriptions. This matter couldn't be rushed. End of this chapter. Chapter 1285. On the Wushuang continent, a large number of cultivators above the 9 prefectures, true lake stage poured in, causing this originally lifeless region to become extraordinarily lively. The current situation of the 9 prefectures was very clear. The Spirit Stream stage cultivators had fun in the Spirit Stream battlefield. The Cloud River stage cultivators had the Cloud River battlefield for them to vent their energy and compete with each other, and the true lake stage cultivators could head to the Wushuang continent to kill the corpse race and obtain military merits to cultivate. It had already been a year since the passage between the 2 worlds opened. Within this 1 year, the number of true lake stage cultivators that came from the 9 continents to the Wushuang continent was at least in the hundreds of thousands. As time passed, this number would only continue to grow. Thanks to Yuxian's painstaking arrangement, the 9 prefectures' cultivators used the formation to teleport to the Wushuang continent did not consume much of the 9 prefectures' foundation. What was consumed was only the energy accumulated by the transfer formations on the desolate stars. This was not Yuxian's kindness, but he had his eyes on the 9 prefectures and wanted to occupy this rapidly growing region. Naturally, he would not do anything that would damage the region's foundation. Unfortunately, his arrangement was thorough, and in the end it only benefited the 9 prefectures' cultivators, while he was killed by Yangqing. Currently, on the Wushuang continent, with the formation left behind by Yuxian as the center, the 9 prefectures' cultivators had already explored hundreds of thousands of miles. Such an area was already not small, but compared to the size of the entire Wushuang continent, it was only the tip of the iceberg. The Wushuang continent was also extremely vast, and its complete size was not much different from the 9 prefectures. It could be foreseen that the existence of the Wushuang continent would cause the 9 prefectures' cultivators to suffer for many years. Before the corpse race on the Wushuang continent was exterminated, the 9 prefectures' cultivators did not have to worry about obtaining military merits. As for what would happen after that, who could say for sure what would happen after hundreds of years? Perhaps by then there would be some unexpected changes in the 9 prefectures' situation. There would finally be a place where cultivators could obtain military merits. In a mountain valley, an intense battle was going on. A burly figure that was like an iron tower stood on the spot, like a small mountain. No matter how fierce the attacks were, it was difficult to shake the sturdy defensive line built by this body. The bare-chested giant armor exerted force under his feet. His entire body seemed to be nailed to the ground, and he did not move an inch as he blocked wave after wave of Corpse Race's fierce attacks. Beside him, Xiao Xinghe's long saber slashed the Corpse Race into halves one after another. Corpse blood splattered everywhere. On the other side, Li Baxian's flying swords were flying back and forth. The resplendent sword light was wreaking havoc among the zombies. There was also Feng Yuechan and Yi's magical techniques, which were dazzling. Within the horde of corpses, there was a petite figure that appeared from time to time, harvesting to her heart's content. It was Lin Yinxiu. When the tiger's roar shook the heavens, Hupo's imposing aura leaped back and forth. Wherever the tiger's claws landed, there would definitely be corpses that would lose their lives. The change in the structure of the 9 regions also impacted the law division of the Force province. At present, the law division only existed in name. Even the head of the law division, Qian Wudong, had been promoted to a constellation and left the 9 regions. However, the configuration of each team still remained. Team D9 was one of them. Normally, they would hunt the Corpse Race on the Wushuang continent to obtain battle merits. Only when they encountered a large group of Corpse Race would they regroup and work together to kill the enemy. The scale of the zombie horde was not small, and it was precisely the prey that Team D9 liked. A few days ago, Lin Yinxiu had discovered traces of this zombie horde and had sent a message to gather all the team members scattered around. What followed after was this kind of battle. Now, all the members of Team D9 were in the Divine Sea realm. Although their levels were not very high, with the help of the Twin Chi connected spirit array, they could still exert strength beyond their own level. The battle had begun before dawn. Until now, the size of the Corpse Race had only been reduced by half. Third senior brother, I think we should retreat first. In the fierce battle, Li Baxian shouted loudly. Xiao Xinghe also had the same feeling. It was not that Team D9 was weak, or that the Corpse Race was too strong. Although there were many powerful Corpse Race members in the Corpse Race, who were even stronger than them individually because of their low intelligence, it was not too difficult to deal with them. The key was that when fighting against the Corpse Race, they had to constantly channel their spiritual energy to resist the invasion of the corpse poison. Moreover, they had to be very careful not to get injured. Otherwise, once the corpse poison invaded, it would become very troublesome. This would undoubtedly consume a lot of spiritual energy for every cultivator. After dealing with half of the Corpse Race in one go, after resting and reorganizing, they could come back and deal with the other half. This was also the most suitable response. Just as he was about to respond, Xiao Xinghe suddenly felt something. He raised his head and looked in a direction, only to see a stream of light rushing towards them with a panicked aura. Xiao Xinghe's face lit up because he felt a sense of familiarity from the aura of this person. Hupo's howl also became more and more excited. Even Yi showed a look of joy. The flowing light quickly rushed forward, and then a saber light slashed down like a waterfall. The few strongest members of the Corpse clan were instantly split into 2 halves, greatly reducing the pressure on the defense line built by the giant armor. Everyone in Team D9 looked up and saw Lu Yi looking at them with a smile. Everyone, is there anything you need help with? Li Baxian smiled. Little junior brother, don't do anything. These are all battle achievements. Retreat first. Xiao Xinghe raised his arm and called out. Hu Po was the first to turn around and rush out of the battlefield. Before he left, he rushed to Yi and Feng Yuechan's side, biting them one by one and throwing them onto his back. Lin Yinxiu's figure disappeared. Only the faint ripples in the air showed the traces of her movement. After reaching Divine Sea, Ghost Cultivator's methods became more and more mysterious and unpredictable. Li Baxian shot out a river of sword chi and flew away. Xiao Xinghe also retreated bravely. In the end, he was left with the giant armor. After blocking the attacks of the zombies for a while, he turned around and allowed the attacks to land on his strong back. With loud bangs, he ran far away like a puff of smoke. A moment later, in a wilderness 100 li away from the battlefield, the members of Team J gathered. Yi jumped into Lu Ye's embrace with joy. Hoopa also turned into the size of a cat and jumped onto his shoulder, rubbing his head against his cheek. Li Bashian clicked his tongue in wonder. After not seeing you for a year, little junior brother's strength has become even more profound. When Lu Yi came over just now, his spirit energy fluctuations had already reached the 9th order divine sea realm. He was only one step away from breaking through to Star Mansion. This kind of cultivation speed was really enviable. Back then, he and Feng Yuechan's cultivation was much higher than Lu Ye's. Xiao Xinghe's cultivation was even higher, but now Lu Yi had left them far behind. Compared to other cultivators, these people present were all extremely talented. All of them were peerless talents, but compared to Lu Yi, they all paled in comparison. There was no resentment or jealousy. The faster Lu Yi grew, and the higher he stood, the happier they were. Everyone had their own opportunities. Everyone had to compare themselves to not others on the road of growth, but themselves. Only by constantly surpassing themselves could they become stronger and walk further. For people like them, this was something they could still understand. Are you going to advance to Star Mansion? Xiao Xinghe looked Lu Yi up and down. Lu Yi rubbed Yi's little head and smiled slightly. Within a month. It was precisely because he was about to advance to Star Mansion that he deliberately came to the Peerless Continent to look for his friends. Because once he advanced to Star Mansion, he would have to leave the 9 states and go deep into the starry sky. At that time, it would not be so easy to meet with his old friends. At the very least, before leaving the 9 states, he wanted to say goodbye to these few friends and relatives. That's fast. Xiao Xinghe could not help but be a little surprised. Shu. Lin Yinxiu was still as carefree as ever. She greeted Lu Yi enthusiastically. Captain. Zhu Jia was also the same as before. He just smiled at Lu Yi. After chatting for a while, Lu Yi winked at Li Bashian. I brought good wine. Li Bashian licked his lips and could not help but glance at Feng Yuechan. Against his will, he said, Senior brother, I've quit. Feng Yuechan could not help but roll her eyes. It's okay to drink less. Li Bashian was overjoyed. Thus, the group sat down in a circle. Lu Yi took out the good wine and fruits he brought and placed them on the table. Everyone drank and chatted, as if they had returned to the carefree time when their cultivation was still low. Everyone talked about their experiences on the Peerless Continent in recent years. Lu Yi talked about how Yang Qing had brought him to the reincarnation tree to compete in the Alpha Origin stage, which made everyone yearn for it. Unfortunately, the Alpha Origin stage only opened once every 100 years, and there was only one spot for each domain. No matter what, it would not be their turn. The meal lasted from dusk to dawn, and from dawn to dusk. When the last drop of wine was drunk, Xiao Xinghe stood up and said with a smile, Junior brother, I'll go first. There's still a long way to go. We will meet again in the starry sky in the future. He stretched out his hand and placed it across the air. Everyone got up and placed their hands on his. Lu Yi said, Then I'll go scout the way first and wait for senior brothers and sisters to arrive. It was difficult to meet and difficult to part, but there was no such thing as a parting. Team D9 still had to deal with the remaining half of the zombie horde, and Lu Yi still had to find traces of another person. Yi did not show much reluctance this time. Even Hoopa seemed to be free and easy as he left with Yi. The Spirit and Tiger both knew that if they wanted to fight side by side with Lu Yi again, they would have to work hard in their cultivation. Even if they could not catch up to him, they could not be left too far behind. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to cross paths in the future. Yi and Hoopa had already realized this a long time ago. As the gap between their cultivation bases gradually widened, they were destined to face different situations. However, they both believed that this situation was only temporary. As long as they worked hard enough, There would be a day when they could stand by Lu Ye's side and fight against powerful enemies together. As the sun rose from the east, Lu Yi gazed at the figures waving their arms with their backs facing him, and much of the worry and reluctance in his heart disappeared. If Yi and Hoopa had such resolve, there was no reason why he couldn't. After bidding farewell to Team D9, there was only one person left. The question now was, where should he find her? Chapter 1286. Sending a message directly was a good idea. Nowadays, there were already some Heaven's Fate pillars set up all over the peerless continent. Cultivators could use them as hubs to communicate with each other. This was also the reason why the 9 teams could quickly assemble after fighting their own battles. However, Lu Yi didn't plan to send a message. After not seeing each other for so long, he had to give her a surprise. It wasn't that there was no way to find her, because Yi had contacted her before and knew the approximate location. Lu Yi decided to look for it himself first. If he really couldn't find her, it wouldn't be too late to send a message. Following the direction Yi had pointed out, Lu Yi leaped up and flew at a low altitude. Along the way, he encountered some 9 states cultivators from time to time. Although there were many spirit sea realm cultivators active on the peerless continent, it was rare to see cultivators above the 7th order spirit sea realm. This was because cultivators at this level had accumulated enough merit in the previous insect plague and the expedition to the blood refining world. Their main goal now was to constantly improve their cultivation and strive to take that step as soon as possible. Basically, cultivators above this level stayed in the 9 states to cultivate. Only cultivators with insufficient cultivation and merit would come to the peerless continent to fish for benefits. Therefore, after sensing Lu Ye's 9th order spirit sea realm aura from afar, the cultivators of the 9 states didn't feel any sense of familiarity. Instead, they quickly distanced themselves, subconsciously thinking that he was here to snatch the job. Lu Yi didn't care. One of the problems with flying at a low altitude was that it was easy to alarm the hibernating corpse race. However, Lu Yi generally just passed by and didn't plan to attack. Just as 4th senior brother Li Bashin said, these corpse race cultivators were all merit points. For the cultivators of 9 regions, this was a meritorious service. The more he killed, the less the other cultivators would kill. This thing called meritorious service was no longer of any use to him, so there was no need to compete with others. Flying like this for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, in the beginning, he could often see traces of cultivators, but the further he went, the harder it was to see living people. Lu Yi knew that he had probably walked out of the active range of the 9 states cultivators. However, there was still no trace of that woman. The direction was correct. Yi had specifically pointed out this direction before. If he still couldn't find her, then either he had missed her or she was in a deeper location. Lu Yi was inclined towards the latter possibility. It was not because he felt that Hua Xiai was very strong, but because this woman's cultivation method was different from ordinary cultivators. She didn't have much desire for battle achievements, because spiritual stones and spiritual pills weren't the most important means of cultivation, let alone the method of guiding the mysteries of heaven. She liked to cultivate in places with highly toxic substances. Corpse poison was also poison, so the overall environment of the Wushuang continent was quite suitable for Hua Xiai. Since that was the case, she would definitely choose a place with fewer people. This was also the reason why she didn't come over when Team D9 was gathering. She wouldn't get any practical benefits from killing corpses. If he wanted to be sparsely populated, he would have to go deeper than others. Although she was a delicate woman, she was actually more courageous than anyone else. Moreover, she was able to endure the loneliness of cultivating alone. The Spirit Stream battlefield's 10,000 Poisons Forest and the Cloud River battlefield's 5 Poisons Pond were forbidden lands that ordinary cultivators wouldn't dare to enter. However, they were her favorite places. He continued forward and flew for another few 100,000 miles, but still found nothing. Lu Yi felt that he would not be able to find her with his own ability. Sighing slightly, he could only send a message to inquire. Just as he was about to do so, his gaze looked in another direction. That location seemed to be different from other places. Although the other places on the Wushuang continent were barren and desolate, and corpses ran rampant, there was absolutely no sign of such dense corpse clouds gathering. Lu Ye's mind moved, and he flew in that direction. The closer he got, the more he could feel the density of the corpse clouds. This should be a very large valley. Dark green corpse clouds gathered in the valley. Even if there was a fierce wind, it wouldn't disperse. There should be a lot of corpses gathered here. Otherwise, it would be impossible to gather such a scale of corpse clouds. Such a dangerous place. Even if Team D9 came, they would probably shake their heads. They wouldn't be able to go deep, let alone fish for battle achievements. Lu Yi was originally just curious, but when his divine sense penetrated the corpse clouds and swept over the situation in the valley, his eyes couldn't help but light up, and he revealed a smile. This was really traveling far and wide in search of something, only to find it without any effort. He was wondering why such a dense corpse cloud gathered in this place. It turned out that it wasn't naturally formed, but man-made traces. After crossing nearly 1,000,000 miles, he finally found such a place. There was no prior communication between them, so Lu Yi didn't know if this could be considered a tacit understanding. Descending straight into the valley, Lu Yi broke into the corpse clouds. Inside, the next moment, Lu Yi felt an abnormal movement in his talent tree. Looking at it with rapt attention, he saw a large amount of gray mist appear, and very poisonous, immediately pushing his spirit chi to isolate himself. Lu Ye's talent tree finally stopped responding. Landing in the valley, Lu Yi looked down and saw that there were bright red mushrooms all around him. At first glance, it was obvious they were highly poisonous. Because of the corpse clouds, Lu Yi couldn't see too far, but he felt that this entire valley was filled with these poisonous mushrooms. This was undoubtedly a unique method of that woman, but what made Lu Yi a little curious was that he didn't sense it. He was aware of the other party's aura. One had to know that with his current 9th Order Divine Sea cultivation, his divine sense was extremely powerful, and his perception was extremely keen. Lu Yi wasn't in a hurry to search for her. Since he had already arrived, he would definitely be able to find her. Driven by curiosity, Lu Yi bent down, pinched a mushroom at his feet, and plucked it slightly. It didn't budge. This was quite outrageous. Mushrooms grew on the ground and generally didn't have a very developed root system, so they could be picked at will. But at this moment, Lu Yi felt that this mushroom seemed to be growing on something and was closely connected to it. Using a little more strength, Lu Yi finally managed to pull it out. But as the mushroom was pulled out, a rotten smell wafted into Lu Ye's nose, followed by a head full of rotten flesh that looked like a radish being pulled out of the ground. Half of the head's face was missing, revealing only a few pieces of flesh. Only one of the head's eyes was intact, the other half hanging under its eyelid. Lu Yi was stunned for a moment and stared at the head for a while. Suddenly, the other party's eyes moved stiffly, and its turbid eyes stared straight at Lu Yi. Lu Yi hesitated for a moment before exerting a little more strength in his hand, and before the other party could roar, he pushed it back into the ground and stomped on the ground a few times, solidifying the soil around the mushroom. Asterisk roar. Asterisk when the roar came out, the tranquility of the valley was broken. Then the corpse clouds rolled and the mushrooms moved. With a rustling sound, the figures of the corpse clan jumped out from the ground. Basically, they were all rotten corpses. Some were missing arms, some were missing legs, some had their stomachs cut open, and some were missing half of their heads. Each and every one of them was unique. If this scene was called timid, if someone saw it, they would probably lose 2 of their 3 souls first. However, without exception, these corpse clan members all had an incomparably bright mushroom on their heads. It was the same ones that Lu Yi had seen before, Only now did he realize that the number of mushrooms he had seen before was how many corpse clan members were hidden underground. It wasn't that he wasn't careful enough, but these corpse clan members didn't reveal the slightest bit of their aura when they were hibernating. If Lu Yi hadn't pulled out a corpse clan member when he was pulling out the mushroom, he wouldn't have known that there were such methods underground. He simply thought that someone was using the corpse clouds here to cultivate their own mushrooms. Now it seemed that these mushrooms were probably a method to control these corpse clan members. Otherwise, there was no reason for one to be planted on each corpse clan member's head. The corpse clan members bared their fangs and brandished their claws arrogantly. They slowly approached Lu Yi, giving him a sense of oppression. Lu Yi stood there carelessly and shouted with an exaggerated expression, "Help! Someone wants to murder her husband!" A soft snort came from the side with a trace of disdain. "What nonsense are you talking about? Who's your husband?" Lu Yi looked in the direction of the voice and saw a woman in a long green dress standing there with a faint smile. Amidst the baring fangs and brandishing claws of countless corpse race members, it was a different kind of scenery. For eyes met, and Hua Xiai said, "Fortunately, there's no one here, or else your reputation would be ruined by you." "What do you want reputation for?" Lu Yi was surprised. "I have to get married." Hua Xiai blinked, looking somewhat provocative. Lu Yi gave a meaningful "oh" and nodded. "When you get married one day, let me know. I'll definitely prepare a big gift for you." Hua Xiai smiled gently. "Okay, when the time comes, you'll be the first to know." Although they hadn't seen each other for a long time, Lu Yi didn't feel any sense of unfamiliarity. After bickering for a while, Lu Yi smiled and said, "I'm afraid no man can stand the way you're acting like a corpse." "That's none of your business." Hua Xiai curled her lips. Lu Yi laughed loudly and stepped forward, opening his arms to give her a hug. Hua Xiai gently raised a finger and tapped his forehead, stopping his movements, a vigilant look on her face. "You want to take advantage of me as soon as you get here? Do you think I'm still as ignorant as before?" Lu Yi was helpless, unable to take advantage of her, and said with a frown, "You've changed." Hua Xiai said with a smile, "The next time you see me, you'll change even more." When Lu Yi thought of that scene, he scratched his head and simply changed the topic. "You've been here all this time? And how did you find me?" Yi pointed me in a direction, so I just looked around and found this place." "What are you doing here?" "Raising corpses." Hua Xiai smiled slightly. "Look at these little things, they're so cute." Lu Yi turned his head to look at the many corpse clan members on the side and really didn't find anything cute about them, but he roughly understood that Hua Xiai was raising corpses here because she was using the corpse clan's corpse poison to cultivate. This was also a cultivation method that belonged to her alone, and others couldn't imitate it. Chapter 1287. There was a wooden house in the center of the valley. It was Hua Xi's residence, but Lu Yi hadn't noticed it before because of the dense corpse clouds in the valley. Many alarmed corpse race members had retreated underground, and Hua Xiai was able to easily control their movements with the help of the mushroom's special methods. Following Hua Xiai to the wooden house, Lu Yi saw a black coffin placed in the middle of the house at a glance. Clicking his tongue in wonder, he stepped forward and looked at it for a while. "Who did you prepare this for?" Hua Xiai didn't explain. She just jumped into the coffin and closed her eyes. Her aura was still, and she was motionless. At first glance, she looked like a sleeping beauty who had been sleeping for countless years. The corner of Lu Ye's eyes twitched. This woman, her interests were getting stranger and stranger. In the past, she only liked to play with poisonous insects, scorpions, toads, and other small things. Now, not only did she raise corpse race members in this valley, she even pretended to be one. No wonder he didn't notice her aura before. When she lay here, she really didn't have any aura. But then again, in this environment, such a curvy sleeping beauty seemed to be a little seductive. With a push of her hand, Lu Yi also flipped into the coffin and lay down beside Hua Xiai. This thing was made very spacious by Hua Xiai, and it wasn't crowded for two people to lie down. Hua Xi's body tensed up slightly. The tip of Lu Ye's nose was filled with an intoxicating fragrance. He couldn't understand how she could still smell so good after dancing with corpse race members all day long. Women were really strange creatures. He couldn't help but take a few more breaths. Hua Xiai tilted her head and looked at him coldly. "Now you're not talking about corpse chi?" Lu Yi said with a serious face, "She don't talk." He closed his eyes and enjoyed this rare peace. It seemed that ever since he stepped on the path of cultivation, he had been running around. Even if he occasionally returned to the sect, it was rare for him to rest. Over the years, he had been thinking of ways to improve his cultivation. When his cultivation was low, he naively thought that one day he would reach the divine sea realm and he would be able to roam freely. But when he really reached this step, he found that the divine sea realm was just a starting point. In the future, there would be more and further journeys waiting for him. Lu Yi didn't know when these days would come to an end. Perhaps they would never end. But at this moment, in such a narrow and cramped environment, it gave him a rare feeling of warmth. Of course, this might have something to do with the soft and fragrant woman by his side. If Lu Yi was alone, he would probably have many sentimental feelings. As if sensing Lu Ye's mood, Hua Xiai stopped bickering with him and just lay quietly beside him. Gradually, she found that Lu Yi beside her had fallen asleep and couldn't help but laugh. She slowly turned her body sideways and rested her head on her hands. She looked at him quietly without making a sound. Her bright eyes reflected the entire world. Lu Yi slept very deeply. In fact, at his level of cultivation, he no longer needed to rely on sleep to maintain his energy. Even if he was tired, he only needed to meditate and rest for a while. Perhaps it was because his mood had completely calmed down, or perhaps it was because he didn't feel the slightest threat here. No matter what, such an experience was extremely rare for his current cultivation. Lu Yi didn't know how long he slept before he slowly woke up. For a moment, he felt refreshed and in a good state. He couldn't help but stretch. Halfway through his stretch, he suddenly realized his current environment and also noticed a pair of bright eyes staring at him. Turning his head and meeting Hua Xi's eyes, Lu Yi blushed. It wasn't because he was embarrassed to be in such an environment with Hua Xiai. They had interacted when they were still insignificant. For him, Hua Xiai was one of the few people closest to him in the 9 regions. It was just that he came here with the intention of saying goodbye to Hua Xiai, because once he was promoted to the constellation realm, he would leave the 9 regions and set foot in the starry sky. He didn't know when they would meet again, but he didn't expect that he would sleep here before doing his business. It was somewhat inappropriate. He moved his body and imitated Hua Xi's posture. This time, it was Hua Xi's turn to have an unnatural expression. Because the two were so close, they could clearly feel each other's breathing. But it wasn't over yet. Lu Yi didn't seem to notice, and even reached out to grab a strand of her hair, twirling it around his fingertips and playing with it. In the silence, Hua Xiai spoke first. "Are you ready to leave?" When Lu Yi came here, she was already aware of it, because Lu Ye's cultivation had reached the 9th order divine sea realm. To Lu Yi, the peerless continent was no longer attractive to him, but he still came all the way here to find him. This could only mean one thing. He was going to leave the 9 regions. How could a woman like Hua Xiai, who cared so much about her purity, not notice it? And when I go back, it's time to advance. What are your plans after advancing? Hua Xiai asked casually. The starry sky is very big and the 9 regions is very small. Now that the 9 regions are integrated into the starry sky, sooner or later, cultivators from other realms will discover the 9 regions. There may also be conflicts, so I can only improve myself as much as possible. Only then can I protect my homeland. Moreover, the stage for constellation realm cultivators is not within the realms. Hua Xiai said, "Then you have to be careful. I heard that there are many powerful people out there. If you really encounter someone you can't beat, Don't try to be brave. Even if you have to kowtow and beg for mercy, you have to protect your own life first. Only by living can other things be possible. If you lose your life, then you have nothing. It was rare for her to be so serious in front of Lu Yi, which made Lu Yi a little uncomfortable, but he still nodded seriously. Don't worry, if I really encounter someone I can't beat or escape, I will definitely kneel down and beg for mercy. What is integrity? Hua Xiai was helpless. The more Lu Yi said this, the more she knew that if such a situation really happened, Lu Yi would definitely not do anything immoral. Which cultivator didn't have some dignity? This was especially true for a cultivator like Lu Yi. Sensing her worry, Lu Yi smiled and said, "But don't worry, the universe is too vast. If you really want to meet those powerful people out there, it won't be too easy. Moreover, every large realm has at most constellation realm cultivators, so even if you really do encounter cultivators from the outside world, they will probably all be constellation realm cultivators. When have I ever been afraid of anyone in the same realm?" This was the truth. Ever since he started cultivating, Lu Yi had never lost to anyone in the same realm. Basically, he had always been the one to kill those with higher realms. What followed was a casual chat. They talked about the scene when they first met, about how Lu Yi had specially gone to the scattered roaming society to look for her, and also about the interesting experience of fighting side by side for the first time in the chassis. It was like a cycle of time, reliving the warmth of the past and placing their hopes for a better future. There was an end to the conversation, and there was also a time for parting. The two of them hadn't spent much time together these past few years, so they naturally didn't have much to talk about. Thus, there was a long silence. It wasn't until a certain moment that Lu Yi suddenly stood up and let out a long breath. "It's time to go." "And," Hua Xiai replied softly, her voice as soft as a mosquito. "Then I'll be leaving now. Cultivate well." Lu Yi was about to stand up as he spoke. Suddenly his wrist was grabbed. Lu Yi turned to look at Hua Xiai and saw her staring at him angrily, her silver teeth biting her red lips. "What's wrong?" Hua Xiai was silent for a long time before she said angrily, "Can't you be a little more responsible?" "What?" Lu Yi looked at her in confusion. "Are you a man or not?" Hua Xi's expression seemed to become even angrier. How could he tolerate this? Lu Yi said angrily, "How am I not a man?" Hua Xi's face was clearly a little red, and she slowly averted her gaze. Lu Yi wanted to argue a little more, but the force on his wrist suddenly increased. His body tilted, and he fell directly onto the ground. The words that were about to come out of his mouth immediately disappeared. Lu Ye's nose was filled with a delicate fragrance, and his mouth was dry. Feeling the softness under his body, Lu Yi said dryly, "Then should I do something that a man should do?" Hua Xiai closed her eyes, and with a wave of her hand, the coffin lid on the side flew up, and the narrow space immediately fell into darkness. He was a man who had always been Lu Ye, a man who charged into battle. This was definitely an unforgettable and memorable experience. Before this, Lu Yi had always thought that the feeling of being in the upper realm was the most wonderful in the world, but now he knew that he was wrong. Very wrong. There were things in this world that were more wonderful than being in the upper realm. One thus, 3 days later, one from the pitch-black coffin, a faint and tired voice sounded. "You should go." "My legs are weak. I can't walk anymore." "Then rest for a while before you go." "Okay." Another 3 days later, the tiredness in the voice was even stronger. "Why aren't you leaving yet?" "My waist hurts. Let me rest for a while more." "You lied to me." 3 days later, Hua Xi's voice sounded like she was crying. "What exactly do you want?" "Shh, don't talk." Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the dusty coffin was suddenly opened, and the long-awaited light shone in. Lu Yi was in the midst of his ecstasy when he suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He looked up and saw a deathly pale face, a pair of lifeless eyes staring straight at him, and a large, colorful mushroom on his head. He turned around and looked around. Several female corpse clan members had gathered around the coffin at some point in time. Each of them stared at Lu Yi with a pair of dead eyes from all angles. It was as if they were going to stare at him until the end of time. Lu Yi felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over him, and he felt cold from head to toe. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He lowered his head and looked at Hua Xiai. "You're too much." These female corpse clan members were clearly ordered by Hua Xiai to come over and watch. She couldn't do anything to this man. She couldn't scold him, nor could she drive him away. She could only use this kind of crooked method to make him retreat. She regretted opening the door to a new world for him. Chapter 1288. In half a month, Hua Xiai felt that her entire body was about to fall apart. If this man still didn't leave, she was afraid that she would really die. 3 inch you're going too far. Lu Yi lowered his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He really didn't expect that Hua Xiai would use such a trick. It was simply unethical. It didn't matter if he didn't look. But when he did, Lu Yi was immediately shocked. He saw that Hua Xi's entire body was also green and purple, and a thick corpse aura was surging out of her body. Even her eyeshadow had become much darker. If this appearance was seen by someone who didn't know, they would probably think that she was also a corpse. She closed her eyes and didn't move at all, looking like she was already dead. Obviously, she wanted to use this to achieve the effect of persuading him to leave. She never thought that Lu Yi, whose lust had already subsided, would suddenly become interested in her after seeing her unique appearance. This kind of experience was extremely rare, and he could not cherish it. With a raise of his hand, the lid of the coffin flew up again, blocking the line of sight of the few female corpses. In the dark space, Hua Xiai scolded weakly, "Beast!" For a day later, Lu Yi was neatly dressed and sitting on a chair. Hua Xiai stood behind him, carefully combing his hair. Lu Yi quietly stared at the reflection of the beauty's face in the opposite mirror. There was a strange, rosy color in the fair skin, and it was especially fresh, making him somewhat unable to hold himself back. Hua Xiai sensed something and gently knocked his head. Only then did Lu Yi become obedient. At this moment there was no sound, but it was better than having a sound. After combing his hair properly, Hua Xiai took a few steps back and looked carefully. When she found that there was nothing messy or missing, she nodded in satisfaction. Lu Yi stood up and turned his head to look at her. It was really time to leave. Even if he was reluctant, the future of a cultivator was ultimately the universe of stars. "Go," Hua Xiai said with a smile. Lu Yi nodded, took a few steps forward, and pulled her into his arms. He hugged her tightly with great force, as if he wanted to integrate her into his body and take her away. After a moment, Lu Yi let go of her soft body, turned around, and walked out of the wooden house. He soared into the sky and broke through the clouds. Hua Xi's voice sounded in his ears. "You don't have to worry about anything outside. If you need to be hit, kill. If you need to be killed, kill. If you die, I will raise the child in your womb alone." Lu Ye's wings wobbled, and he almost fell down. This woman didn't forget to make him look bad, even before she left. This tortuous experience was obviously not a whim of Hua Xiai, but a premeditated one. She knew that once Lu Yi left 9 regions, his life and death would be difficult to control. The environment of the starry sky was not as peaceful as 9 regions. Outside, he could encounter powerful enemies that were difficult to match at any time. She was worried that Lu Yi would never return. That was why he had tried to persuade him first. However, when he realized that his persuasion was ineffective, he had no choice but to go into battle himself and feed the tiger with his own body. At the very least, he had to have some sort of concern in his heart. That way, he wouldn't act impulsively when something happened outside. That way, he could better protect himself. As for the child in her stomach, Hua Xiai had joked about it before, so Lu Yi naturally didn't take it seriously. 7. Resisting the urge to turn back and teach her a lesson, Lu Yi continued to fly higher until she was above the clouds. Then her expression collapsed, and she reached out to rub the back of her waist. 2. Although she was already at the divine ocean and her physique was extremely strong, there were still some repercussions after half a month of unrestrained sex. 10. Lu Yi wasn't joking when he told Hua Xiai that her legs were weak and her waist was sore. He couldn't understand. Hua Xi's body was so weak, and she clearly looked like she was about to die every time. Why did she seem to recover faster than him? This was probably the difference between men and women. I'm still not strong enough. I still have to work hard to cultivate. Lu Yi was enlightened. For not long after returning to 9 regions through the array left by UXN, a message came from the battlefield imprint. After checking it, he found that it was a message from Master Yu. Lu Yi exchanged a few words with him and agreed on a place to meet. Then he used the Tianji pillar to teleport over. Not long after, the 2 figures appeared in a wing of the Tianji Business Alliance. Master Yu had arrived early. When he saw Lu Yi, he took out the modified mountain pan saber and placed it in front of Lu Yi. Lu Yi picked it up and first measured its weight. Then she nodded in satisfaction and pulled out the saber to examine it. The small cracks that remained on the saber had disappeared. The appearance of the saber was no different from before. It could be said that it was exactly the same. However, the quality of the saber was undoubtedly much better. After all, Lu Yi had provided some precious materials for this modification. Master Yu was a little puzzled. Although your saber is heavy and hard enough, there are no restrictions in it. Even if you are strong, you might not be able to unleash too much damage with it. This was what she couldn't understand the most. For treasures, the most fundamental thing was the restrictions that were imprinted on it. The power that a treasure could unleash was completely dependent on the quality and quantity of the restrictions. However, when Lu Yi asked her to modify the saber, she didn't ask her to imprint any restrictions on it. In this way, although it was easy for her to modify it and the quality of the finished product was extremely good, if strictly according to the quality of treasures, this saber couldn't even be considered a spiritual weapon. Moreover, the blade itself wasn't sharp enough. What use could such a saber be in battle? It couldn't be used to smash people, could it? If so, it would be better to make it into a stick, which would be more convenient. Lu Yi smiled slightly and activated her spiritual power. Immediately, a layer of faint light shone on the blade of the mountain saber. The originally simple and unadorned saber suddenly revealed a feeling of extreme sharpness. This is... Master Yu was instantly moved. Divine Edge? The enhancement of the sharpness spiritual tattoo couldn't have such an effect. Therefore, she immediately thought of the Divine Edge spiritual tattoo that Lu Yi had deduced before. Only the Divine Edge spiritual tattoo could make her, who was in the Divine Sea realm, feel the sharpness and unstoppable. That's right. Master Yu was shocked. He looked at Lu Yi in disbelief as if he was looking at a monster. When Lu Yi deduced the Divine Edge spiritual tattoo, she observed it from the beginning to the end. It was a spiritual tattoo that could only be constructed with a total of 2,046 foundational elements. In the evaluation of many spiritual tattooists, such a spiritual tattoo was flashy but useless. Because it was too complicated, it couldn't be widely used. At most, it could only exist as a research spiritual tattoo. However, it wasn't until now that Master Yu realized that it wasn't the spiritual tattoo that was flashy but useless. It was the lack of skills of all the other craftsmen. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Master Yu would have found it hard to believe that there was someone in this world who could construct the extremely complicated Divine Edge spiritual tattoo in an instant and enhance his weapon with it. She finally understood why Lu Yi had made those strange requirements when he was modifying the mountain saber. Since he could construct the Divine Edge spiritual tattoo at will, why did he need to brand other spiritual tattoos? The mountain saber itself was indeed not sharp enough. However, with the enhancement of such a spiritual tattoo and Lu Ye's powerful strength, there was nothing in the 9 provinces that he couldn't cut with one strike, not to mention the starry sky. 2. Sure enough, there is always someone better than you. I've learned a lot. Master Yu was sincerely convinced. 2. When Lu Ye deduced the Holy Blade's spiritual tattoo, she knew that Lu Ye was much better than her in terms of the attainment of spiritual tattoos. But now, it seemed that her estimation of Lu Ye's attainment in spiritual tattoos was still too low. It's just that I specialize in my field. Lu Yi smiled and put the mountain saber away. How about the remuneration? Master, you didn't mention this before, and Lu Yi didn't ask further. They had worked together several times, and Master Yu's price was still very fair. Master Yu shook her head. No need. I've already gained a lot from being able to broaden my horizons today. I don't dare to talk about remuneration. Moreover, the spiritual tattoo you left behind in the sacred ground is enough for me to enjoy for a lifetime. Hearing her say this, Lu Yi didn't force her and thanked her. Master Yu changed the topic and smiled mischievously. You seem to be very carefree recently, fellow Taoist. What do you mean? Lu Yi didn't understand. Grandmaster Yu smiled but did not say anything. Instead, he gracefully walked out of the room and left in a carefree manner. 3. Lu Yi was left alone in a daze. The mountain saber's modification was completed in advance, and it was time to advance to the constellation realm. In fact, Lu Yi could feel that the opportunity to advance to the constellation realm was right in front of him. Because of the benefits he received from the reincarnation tree, his body had been subtly nourished for the past half a year. This nourishment didn't affect his strength much, but it seemed to make his physical body glow with stronger vitality and more mysterious power. Now, this nourishment had reached its peak, and the opportunity to advance was right in front of him. 2. He turned and left the room. After half a cup of tea's time, he had returned to the main sect of the Jade Blood Sect. He walked out of the Tianji Hall and was about to head to the Jade Bamboo Peak when he bumped into Shui Yuan. Lu Yi stopped and said a few words to her, but Shui Yuan moved closer and kept sniffing at Lu Yi. What's wrong? Lu Yi suddenly felt a little guilty. Shui Yuan retracted her hand and smiled meaningfully. Nothing. Congratulations, junior brother. No matter what, cherish it well. She turned and entered the Tianji Hall. Lu Yi was at a loss, but when he thought about Grandmaster Yu's words, he quickly realized something. He raised his arm and sniffed carefully at the tip of his nose, but he didn't smell anything. He must have been familiar with Hua Si's smell after being together for a long time, so he couldn't smell anything. However, Grandmaster Yu and his senior sister Shui Yuan could smell it clearly. A cultivator's nose was still very sensitive. Lu Yi was a little embarrassed. He felt like he had been caught red-handed by his second senior sister, but he couldn't explain it in detail. He covered his face and went straight to the Jade Bamboo Peak. A cultivator's nose was still very sensitive. Lu Yi was a little embarrassed. He felt like he had been caught red-handed by his second senior sister, but he couldn't explain it in detail. He covered his face and went straight to the Jade Bamboo Peak. Returning to his bamboo house, he sat down cross-legged and calmed his mind, waiting for the final opportunity to arrive. Silently sensing it, he could still feel the mysterious power surging in his body. Ever since he broke through to the 9th Order Divine Sea Realm, this power had been playing a role until today. Lu Yi didn't know what the essence of this power was, but he knew that it was because of the nourishment of this power that he had the ability to step into the starry sky. Without this power, he couldn't break through the shackles of the Divine Sea Realm. 3. Chapter 1289. Lu Yi didn't know what it was like for other cultivators of the 9 regions to ascend to the constellation realm. After all, he hadn't observed it before, but it was probably different from his own. Cultivators of the 9 regions relied on the spiritual light born in the 9 regions to ascend to the constellation realm, while he obtained the spiritual light born in the Alpha Origin realm. It was said that such spiritual light was more beneficial to the cultivator in the future. As for the difference, he could only slowly feel it in the future. Time slowly passed, until a certain moment, 5 days later, Lu Yi suddenly felt that the mysterious power of the Alpha Origin realm in his body was exhausted. It was also at this moment that the shackles of his divine sea realm shattered. His flesh and blood wriggled, and his blood flowed through his meridians, making him seem more energetic. His mind also rose a lot at this moment, and vaguely a closer connection between him and the 9 regions was born. There was no special phenomenon, nor was there an overly complicated process. The whole process of his ascension was natural and smooth. There was only an invisible aura, with him as the center, spreading out with a bang, constantly fluctuating. This fluctuation didn't weaken at all, and seemed to spread throughout the entire 9 regions. On Ao Mountain, the cultivators of the Jade Blood Sect were the first to sense it. But the cultivation of the Jade Blood Sect disciples wasn't high, so even if they sensed it, they didn't know what was going on. Only Shui Yuan looked in the direction of the Jade Bamboo Peak with relief, knowing that this was the crucial step her junior brother had taken. A moment later, Lu Ye's high mind returned to its original position, but he was still a little dazed. Just like that, he ascended to the constellation realm, silently sensing the changes in his body. He soon realized that it was different from before. The biggest change was in his physical body. The cultivation of the upper 3 realms was ultimately a leap in the essence, qi, and spirit. As the first checkpoint of the upper 3 realms, the main purpose of constellation realm cultivators was to improve their essence. Essence was the foundation of the body, the origin of life. From the beginning of cultivation, cultivators were related to the Tao of essence. The so-called refining essence into qi was a method of cultivation. When Lu Yi first started cultivating, he used this method to give birth to his own spirit qi. Cultivators would often use this method to aid their cultivation. This was because, compared to swallowing spirit pills, this method didn't have too many side effects. Of course, one had to control it well. If one refined too much, it would cause one's energy to be depleted, and the gains would not make up for the losses. Therefore, human essence was not unique to the constellation realm. Instead, it was something that cultivators had from the moment they were born. It was related to every aspect of a cultivator. With sufficient energy, one's qi and blood would flourish. With flourishing qi and blood, one's physique would be strong. It was just that before the constellation realm, cultivators cultivated essence into qi, but after the constellation realm, cultivators had to pay attention to the improvement of their own essence. Compared to before the advancement, Lu Yi could clearly feel that his essence seemed to have undergone a qualitative leap. This leap would not make his physique stronger all of a sudden. In fact, there was not much difference between his physique and before, but it would make his flesh and blood more vigorous. This led to the birth of the most direct result. The cultivator could traverse the starry sky with his physical body without fearing the corrosion of the mysterious energy that was everywhere in the starry sky. Without such vitality, if a cultivator rashly ventured deep into the starry skies, they would only be eroded to death by the starry sky's energy. Of course, this result was only one of the reasons. There were even more benefits. For example, if the physical body was injured, under the same environment and conditions, the constellation realm could recover faster than the spirit sea realm. This was because the flesh and blood were more vigorous, so the recovery was naturally faster. In the past, Lu Yi had asked Little Nine about some things in the upper realm, but his understanding was not comprehensive enough. This was because Little Nine didn't know much about these things. Its spiritual wisdom was born in the later 9 provinces era. At that time, there were no strong cultivators in 9 provinces, so there was no object to observe. What it knew was only some things recorded in the ancient books, left behind in 9 provinces. However, these things were common knowledge passed down by word of mouth to the cultivators of the previous 9 provinces era, who would fall for the written records. Therefore, Even these ancient books left behind were not many in number, and most of them were broken. According to Little Nine, when one cultivated to the end of the constellation realm, they could regrow their limbs. In the past, Lu Yi only felt that this matter was too mysterious and didn't take it seriously. However, now that he had advanced to the constellation realm, after careful observation, he realized that this matter could really happen. Right now, he was unable to regrow his limbs, and he couldn't even regrow his flesh and blood. However, if he continued to cultivate and let his flesh and blood become more vigorous, he could regrow his flesh and blood. At that time, even if he was injured, he could quickly recover. The next level above regrowing limbs was regrowing from a drop of blood. However, that was not something that could be done by the constellation realm, not even the sunshine realm. However, in the inheritance of the blood race that Lu Yi obtained, there was a record that when one cultivated the blood race's secret arts to the highest level, they could regrow from a drop of blood. He didn't know if it was true or not. The path of cultivation was long. Before reaching that level, one would not be able to truly understand the wonders of that level. However, Lu Yi discovered a wonderful thing. The more energy a cultivator had, the higher the position they could occupy after advancing to the constellation realm. From this point, body cultivators undoubtedly had an advantage. However, in the end, it was only one. Those weak and delicate magic cultivators could make up for this difference through cultivation, so it wasn't a big deal. Lu Ye's energy was undoubtedly extremely abundant, not to mention that his physique was originally comparable to a body cultivator of the same level. He also cultivated the blood race's secret arts. Just this point alone was not something that ordinary cultivators could compare to. Therefore, after advancing to the constellation realm, he occupied a much higher position than ordinary cultivators. The most direct manifestation was that under inner vision, he could faintly see bits of starlight in his flesh and blood. Those starlight were unique to the constellation realm. It was the embodiment of one's essence, and also the origin of the name constellation realm. Every bit of starlight contained extremely powerful energy that surpassed the level of the divine ocean realm. Lu Yi understood and roughly understood what cultivation in the constellation realm was all about. No matter what method was used to increase the accumulation of starlight in one's body, when this mysterious energy manifested as starlight accumulated to a certain extent, it would enter the next level. This was only his speculation based on his current situation. He couldn't be sure whether it was true or not. Therefore, he called out softly, "Little Nine." A little light gathered beside him and quickly turned into the appearance of a rabbit. It looked very cute, but when it opened its mouth, it ruined the fun of playing with it. What's the constellation realm cultivation? Is it also divided into first order, second order, and then ninth order? Lu Yi didn't understand this before. Firstly, it wasn't the right time. Secondly, he wasn't sure if Little Nine knew about it. Now that he had advanced to the constellation realm, it was time to find out. Unfortunately, when Yang Qing was here, he didn't ask for advice. Now, he could only place his hopes on Little Nine. The rabbit, that Little Nine, transformed into scratched its ears and cheeks. Obviously, it was stumped by this question. After a while, it said, "Wait." Its figure flickered and disappeared. When it reappeared, there were a few extremely simple-looking jade slips in its paw. It threw them to Lu Yi and said, "Take a look at them yourself." After saying that, it disappeared in a flash. No one knew where it went. Lu Yi picked up the jade tubes, picked up one at random, and poured his divine sense into it. These jade slips were left behind from the previous 9 provinces era. They were so ancient that it was difficult for Lu Yi to read them because much of the information inside was incomplete and disjointed. Moreover, what was recorded in these jade slips was not the constellation realm's cultivation method or division. What was recorded inside was actually something else, only a brief mention of the upper 3 realms. It took Lu Yi a long time to finish reading the contents of these jade slips. Although his understanding of the constellation realm was not comprehensive, At least he was no longer confused. It was a little different from what he had imagined. The division of the constellation realm was not so complicated. There was no such thing as first order or second order. There were only 3 stages: early, middle, and late. Not only the constellation realm, but also the moon jade realm and sun reflection realm. Such a division was undoubtedly an extremely ancient method, and since it existed, there must be a reason for it. It sounded like the promotion after the constellation realm was easier because there were only 3 minor stages. However, Lu Yi knew that this was definitely an illusion. Although there were only 3 minor stages, the promotion of each minor stage was probably countless times more difficult than the previous one. While pondering, a movement came from the battlefield mark. After checking it, he found that it was a message from Jian Guhong. He hasn't left yet. Lu Yi was a little surprised. Last time, when he returned from the reincarnation tree, Jian Guhong, Wu Chang, and the others came to find him and asked about his opinion on guarding the 9 provinces. Lu Yi meant that it was a good time for the constellation realm cultivators to cultivate, so there was no need to guard the 9 provinces. Moreover, the 9 provinces had the protection of heaven's secret. Even if a master came, as long as they were not in the sunshine realm, they should not be able to do anything to the 9 provinces. Lu Yi thought that Jian Guhong and the others had left the 9 provinces to go deep into the starry sky, but he did not expect that Jian Guhong was still in the 9 provinces. For him to send a message at this time, there was no doubt that he had noticed that Lu Yi had advanced to the constellation realm. "Senior, what's the matter?" Lu Yi asked. "Come to the heaven continent." Jian Guhong replied and gave a location. It was the spirit mountain where the reincarnation tree's clone was. Lu Yi did not know what Jian Guhong was doing there, but since it was an invitation from a senior, he naturally had to go. He got up and walked out of the wooden house to the Tianji Hall to teleport. Less than half a day later, Lu Yi arrived at the spirit mountain. Looking around, he was slightly stunned because there was an additional majestic hall here. There was no such hall in the past. When Yang Qing was here, there was only a wooden house. Now, the wooden house was still there, but a hall had been built here at some point. Jian Guhong's aura was in the hall. Lu Yi walked in curiously. Their eyes met, and Jian Guhong nodded slightly. As expected, you have advanced to the constellation realm. Chapter 1290. When Lu Yi ascended to the constellation realm, a wondrous aura spread out. It didn't cause a huge commotion, but any cultivator with a decent cultivation could sense it. Jian Guhong naturally sensed it and immediately realized that someone had ascended to the constellation realm. As for who it was, he asked around and locked onto the location of Ao Mountain, which was why he sent a message to Lu Yi. Now that he saw it, it was indeed Lu Yi who had ascended to the constellation realm. He felt gratified from the bottom of his heart. There were billions of cultivators in the 9 states, but among all the juniors, Jian Guhong and the other seniors valued Lu Yi the most. This was naturally due to his previous achievements. If there was anyone in the 9 states who had the ability to lead the 9 states to a new level, there was only one person in the constellation realm. Lu Yi of the Jade Blood Sect. Therefore, for the current 9 states, Lu Yi ascending to the constellation realm was very significant. It meant that he could jump out of the small pond that was the 9 states and enter the big stage of the starry sky. As for how he would struggle in the future, it was up to his own ability. "Senior, why did you summon me?" Lu Yi asked. Jian Guhong always had a straight face. It was not because he was arrogant, but because of his nature. At this moment he showed a rare smile. "Since you have ascended to the constellation realm, when do you plan to leave for the starry sky?" In the next few days. Lu Yi did not plan to stay in the 9 states any longer. Before ascending, he had been working hard for this goal. Now that he had ascended, it was natural for him to leave and see the wonders of the outside world. If Jian Guhong did not summon him, he would have stayed in the green bamboo peak for a few days to experience the mysteries of the constellation realm before leaving. There was no need to say goodbye to anyone. He had already said goodbye. When the time came, he only needed to say hello to second senior sister. Jian Guhong nodded slightly. Where are you going? Or rather, which direction are you going? Lu Yi did not know which direction he should go. After leaving the 9 states, it was the direction of a sphere. If he did not have a specific goal, he would just go with the flow. However, Jian Guhong would not ask such a stupid question. Lu Ye's heart skipped a beat. I'm not sure yet. Did you tell me? Follow me. Jian Guhong waved his hand. Lu Yi followed closely behind and entered the side hall. Lu Yi looked around and was immediately surprised because there was a round ball placed in the side hall. It looked like it was made of wood, but it was obviously not so simple because Lu Yi felt some characteristics of a spiritual treasure from it. In other words, this thing was a spiritual treasure, but he didn't know what it was placed here for. He turned to look at Jian Guhong with an inquiring expression. Jian Guhong gestured. Try injecting spirit energy into it. Lu Yi stepped forward, placed his hand on the ball, and poured his spirit energy into it. With a soft buzzing sound, specks of fluorescent light suddenly flew out from the spherical spirit treasure and covered the entire side chamber in an instant. At first glance, it looked like fireflies had suddenly appeared in the side chamber. It also looked like they were suddenly in the middle of the starry sky, and each speck of fluorescent light represented a celestial body. Not only that, but there were also some strangely shaped balls of light. The light in the middle was brighter and flickered slightly, as if it had a life of its own. All the scenes were centered around this light and radiated in all directions. However, it was obvious that many directions were blank without any fluorescent light embellishment. At the edge of another direction, there was a spot of the brightest light. Lu Yi didn't know what it was at first, but after a little observation, he suddenly realized. Senior, could this be the map of the outer space of the 9 states? Jian Guhong nodded. It is the map of the outer space of the 9 states. We call it the star map. Lu Yi sucked in a breath of cold air. This thing, when did it come out? He had no idea at all. It seemed that during this period of time when he was working hard to cultivate, the pioneers didn't waste any time. They were also doing what they could and couldn't do under the constellation realm. Jian Guhong's voice sounded. There are now more than 800 constellations in the 9 states. These people are now exploring the starry sky. Some are farther away, some are closer. They will record the size and position of the many celestial bodies in the starry sky, and then send the information to me, and I will draw the star map. This was also the biggest reason why he stayed behind in the 9 states. The cultivators of the 9 states had begun to set foot in the starry sky. But as a newly promoted large realm, the constellation realm cultivators all knew that they should work as a whole and not on their own. So, even though Lu Yi had given his own suggestion, Jian Guhong and the others still decided to leave one person behind in the 9 states after weighing the pros and cons. It wasn't to protect the 9 states, but to make things easier for those who came after. Every cultivator who ascended to the constellation realm couldn't be confused before entering the starry sky, right? The exploration experiences of these pioneers were extremely precious and needed to be passed down so that more people would know. That was why Jian Guhong Wu Chang and the others built a great hall here. It was called the 9 States Guard Hall, and the one who stayed behind was naturally the 9 States Guard Hall. The Guard Hall's duty was very simple. It was to provide all kinds of information about the starry sky for the newly promoted constellation realm cultivators, so that they would take fewer detours and explore the starry sky more effectively. This was also the awkwardness and pain of every newly promoted large realm, because there were no predecessors to follow, and everything needed to be explored slowly. Unlike the older large realms, and even the top realms, before the constellation realm cultivators left their native realms, they already had complete information about the starry sky, and the star maps in their hands could cover trillions of miles. The cultivators of the 9 states didn't have such convenience, and now every constellation realm cultivator was a pioneer in history. The first thing they needed to do was to perfect the star maps outside the 9 states. How could Lu Yi, who had experienced the Spirit Stream battlefield and the Cloud River battlefield, not know the importance of maps? For a moment he was filled with awe and respectfully bowed to Jian Guhong. Senior's painstaking efforts will not be in vain, and we will follow suit. Jian Guhong smiled. This is the joint decision of all the Constellation Realm cultivators, and not my work alone. Lu Yi shook his head, but at this time, Senior was the first to stay behind. Senior's contribution to the 9 states is enough for future generations to remember. Just like Lu Yi himself, after ascending to the Constellation Realm, he also couldn't wait to explore the starry sky, let alone a senior like Jian Guhong who had been in the Divine Ocean Realm for hundreds of years. But he still suppressed the desire in his heart and chose to stay behind in the 9 states. This kind of stay behind would not be short, and it was impossible to say that someone would replace him after 1 or 2 months. The journey in the starry sky was very long, and those Constellation Realm cultivators who left would not run back in 1 or 2 months. In the discussion between Jian Guhong and the others, this matter was not forced. If one day a Constellation Realm cultivator became tired of wandering outside, or if they collected a certain amount of spiritual jades and needed a stable environment to cultivate, they would return to the 9 states to take over Jian Guhong's duty as a guardian. Only then could Jian Guhong set off for the starry sky. Of course, if no one came back, Jian Guhong could also choose to catch a strong man to replace him. In any case, according to the current situation of the 9 states, new constellations would be born one after another in the future. Of course, this was all in the future. Jian Guhong smiled slightly and did not say anything more on this matter. Since he had decided to stay behind in the 9 states alone, he would not wallow in self-pity. Instead, he would do his part as promised. This star map was the result of his recent work. This is the 9 states. Jian Guhong pointed at the brighter spot in the center and said, Lu Yi already had a guess about this. Since it was the star map of the 9 states, it was naturally drawn with the 9 states as the center. He then pointed at the brightest spot at the edge and said, This is the sun star. No one knew how far the sun star was from the 9 states, because no one could fly there, so it was placed at the edge, symbolizing a very long distance. Look here. Jian Guhong pointed in another direction. There was also a brighter spot in that direction. We call this star Venus. In the starry sky, it is very difficult to determine one's position. In such a large environment, there is no up, down, left, right, north, east, south, so for cultivators who have just entered the starry sky, it is very easy to get lost. Don't laugh. To tell you the truth, this is the most frequent problem for the first batch of cultivators to enter the starry sky. Fortunately, we did not go too far, so we were able to return safely. However, if we had gone further, we might not have been able to return. In the starry sky, how can we accurately find the position of the 9 states? Jian Guhong paused for a moment, giving Lu Yi time to think. If not for his previous guidance, Lu Yi might not have thought of anything. After all, he knew nothing about this kind of thing. He had not even traveled alone in the starry sky. But with his previous guidance, Lu Yi vaguely understood. Using the sun star and Venus to locate the 9 states? Jian Guhong nodded. Exactly. As long as you can identify the position of these 2 stars, it will not be difficult to find the position of the 9 states. Lu Yi imagined the situation in the starry sky and more or less had an idea in his mind. This was the experience of his ancestors. If he was left to explore alone, he might not necessarily be unable to find it, but it would definitely consume a lot of time and energy. If he really got lost in the starry sky, who knows where he would drift to? What is this? Lu Yi pointed to a place on the star map. It was a place where a dense mass of light gathered, and it did not look like a star. I don't know what it is exactly, but the information that was sent back described it like this. I just followed the description and conjured the thing in this position. Lu Yi stared at the mass of light and found that, at first glance, This thing looked like the shape of a ferocious beast, but there could not be such a big beast in the starry sky. A light flashed in his mind. Starry sky wonder! What? Jian Guhong showed a puzzled expression. Chapter 1291. Not only are there various celestial bodies in the starry sky, there are also many strange landscapes, known as the wonders of the starry sky. But these strange landscapes are different from the wonders of the world. The wonders of the starry sky are mostly dangerous. Lu Yi gave a simple explanation. Did that senior Yang Qing tell you this? Jian Guhong asked. Lu Yi had left the 9 states with Yang Qing once. If he had to ask where he could get information about the starry sky, it could only be from Yang Qing. It was in line with his understanding, because the constellation realm cultivator who had sent back information about the wonders of this place had said that the place where the light gathered could not be penetrated by divine sense. He had tried to go deeper, but he only dared to go 10,000 li, because the deeper he went, the more danger he felt. In the end, he had no choice but to withdraw. As for what kind of danger there was inside, no one knew. Yes, Lu Yi shook his head, took out several simple jade slips, and handed them over. I can see from these. These jade slips were the ones that Little Nine had given him before. The things recorded inside were very messy, including cultivation after the constellation realm and introductions to the wonders of the starry sky. Jian Guhong took them and immersed himself in reading. He could not help but frown. He had encountered the same problem as Lu Yi before. Because it was too long ago, the records in these jade slips were intermittent, making it very difficult to read. But this was still extremely important information, so Jian Guhong patiently and carefully examined it. While he was examining the jade slips, Lu Yi was examining the star chart in front of him. The star chart in front of him was undoubtedly very incomplete because there were many blank areas. These were all positions that the cultivators of the 9 states had not explored. Although the number of constellation realm cultivators in the 9 states was not small, when placed in the vast starry sky, they were still a drop in the ocean. With the current manpower, it would take at least 10 or 20 years to completely explore the outer space around the 9 states. At that time, the 9 states would have a complete star chart. Of course, this completeness was only relative and could only cover a limited distance. But as more and more cultivators of the 9 states continued to travel, this star chart would become more and more complete. After studying it for a while, Lu Yi took out a blank jade slip and copied the star chart in front of him. This was not difficult for him, but it would take some time. Half a day later, he was done here. Jian Guhong had also finished examining the jade slips, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. So the cultivation of the constellation realm has these methods. No wonder when we old fellows cultivated, we always felt that something was wrong. What's wrong? Lu Yi was humbly asking for guidance. He had not cultivated. Jian Guhong said, "We tried to refine the power in the spiritual jades before, but we found that the refined power only worked on the flesh and blood. It seemed that it was difficult to penetrate deep into the body. It was the same for one person, 2 people, and basically everyone. Because there was no way forward to follow, we thought that the cultivation method was wrong. Now we know that it was not the wrong way, but the necessary process. The essence of the flesh," Lu Yi said. Jian Guhong nodded. According to the records in this jade slip, the cultivation of the constellation realm is divided into 3 stages: the essence of the flesh, the essence of the organs, and the essence of the marrow. They correspond to the early, middle, and late stages of the constellation realm. The early stages of the constellation realm correspond to the essence of the flesh. The energy refined from the jade slips will naturally only accumulate in the flesh. This was the fundamental reason why the constellation realm cultivators could quickly heal and even regrow their flesh after being injured. The more they cultivated at this stage, the more vitality their flesh would have. At the middle stages of the constellation realm, the energy refined would be used to temper the organs. At the late stages of the constellation realm, it would temper the bones. The cultivation of the constellation realm could be seen as a cultivator's meticulous polishing of the body from the outside to the inside. When it reached perfection, it would be possible to regrow broken limbs. And once they advanced to the constellation realm, it meant that the cultivator no longer had any clear weaknesses in the body. At that time, the strength of every cultivator's body would not be inferior to the most powerful of spiritual treasures. This information was very important. It needed to be spread as soon as possible so that the cultivators of the 9 states who had advanced to the constellation realm would know. This was to prevent them from always feeling that something was wrong when they cultivated. If they discovered some strange cultivation method, they might end up putting the cart before the horse. "I'll take these jade slips," Jian Guhong said. "Senior, please take them." Lu Yi nodded. He had seen these things before. They were not of much use to him. On the other hand, with Jian Guhong overseeing this place, if any constellation realm cultivators came here in the future, they could read the contents of the jade slips and understand the various aspects of the constellation realm in advance. Turning to look at the star map, Lu Yi said, "Senior, when you asked me which direction I wanted to go, you wanted me to explore these empty areas, right?" There would always be someone to explore the empty areas, but no one would force anyone to do so. Moreover, to Lu Yi, if he had to choose, he would also choose these empty areas. After all, unexplored areas meant that there would be more opportunities for him to find spirit jades. There was no point in walking the same path as others. He could only pick up the leftovers that others had left behind. "Exactly. Are you willing?" "Of course I'm willing." Lu Yi casually pointed at an empty area in the starry sky. "Then I'll go in that direction." Jian Guhong was delighted. "Very good. However, since it's your first time exploring, I suggest that you don't go too far. In the starry sky, try to use the Sun and Venus to locate the position of the 9 states. Familiarize yourself with this method." After a slight pause, Jian Guhong continued, "Also, after you leave, find a hall of heavenly secrets and connect to the secrets of heaven. Obtain a pillar of heavenly secrets and carry it with you." Lu Yi was surprised. Constellation realm cultivators can obtain a pillar of heavenly secrets? He had never heard of this. Jian Guhong nodded. "It was a revelation from the secrets of heaven when we were building this guardian hall. Every constellation realm cultivator can obtain a pillar of heavenly secrets when they leave the 9 states. This way, even if they are in the starry sky, they can still send messages to the 9 states. However, there is a limit to the distance. According to their feedback, they can contact the 9 states at any time within half a year's journey, but beyond this distance, the connection will be cut off. This half a year's journey naturally referred to the distance that the constellation realm cultivators of the 9 states could cover if they flew through the starry sky for half a year. This kind of distance was already very far. Little 9 did well in this matter. Presumably, it also realized that it was inconvenient for the cultivators of the 9 states to contact the local domain after they left. So it sent down this kind of revelation and bestowed the pillars of heavenly secrets. It was with this method that the constellation realm cultivators who left could send back news of their exploration in time, and then allowed Jian Guhong to draw an incomplete star map here. Since it was a benefit that everyone had, Lu Yi naturally had to go back and get one from Little 9. What should be popularized had been popularized with Lu Yi, and there was nothing else to remind him. Since he had already set foot in the constellation realm, then entering the starry sky was an inevitable choice. No one would stay in the 9 states and be conservative. Jian Guhong suddenly remembered something. "That's right. There's one more thing I want to tell you. Senior, please speak." Lu Ye's expression turned serious. "It's a matter of how you address me." "Address me?" Lu Yi was puzzled. "What's the problem with addressing me?" "After discussing with us old fellows, we unanimously decided that after the cultivators of the 9 states advance to the constellation realm, they will all be treated as peers. You also know that the lifespan of cultivators of the 9 states is much longer than that of mortals. In the past, the upper limit of the cultivators of the 9 states was the divine sea, so the matters of seniority were not messy. However, now that they can advance to the constellation realm, there is still you, Yao, and Sunshine. Let's not talk about others, just you, Lu Yi, will definitely advance to the Sunshine realm in the future. At that time, perhaps we old fellows will still be wasting our time in the constellation realm. We can't expect you to address us as seniors, right? Now there is you, Lu Yi. Perhaps in the future, there will be Lu Yi, Lu Yi. Lu Yi did not feel that there was a problem. Since you are a senior, you will always be a senior. Jian Guhong waved his hand. That's true, but if that's the case, we old fellows can't bear it. Therefore, after some discussion, everyone felt that since the 9 states now has a new future, there should be a new atmosphere. With the constellation realm as the boundary, under the constellation realm, the seniority will be the same. Above the constellation realm, we will interact with each other as peers. Compared to the long lifespan of cultivators, even if we old fellows are at least a few hundred years older than you, it's not a big deal to address you as senior martial brother. I reckon that in those top realms, there are many cultivators who are thousands of years older than you who call you senior martial brother. Lu Yi vaguely sensed the pride of these old fellows. On one hand, they hoped that the latecomers would surpass them in cultivation. On the other hand, they were afraid that there would be a scene where someone with a higher cultivation than them would address them as senior. How awkward would that be? Thus, they decided to set the tone. Lu Yi pondered for a moment, then followed the advice and cupped his fists. Senior martial brother Guhong. Jian Guhong laughed and returned the greeting. Junior martial brother Yi. However, Lu Yi quickly realized a problem. My sect master is also a constellation realm, Jian Guhong teased. When you see him later, you can try calling him senior martial brother. Lu Yi was not that stupid. If they were not from the same sect, it was fine to address each other as senior martial brother. However, since they were from the same sect, it was natural that it would be strictly based on seniority. All right, I've said all that needs to be said. Go back and prepare. When it's about time, we will depart. Jian Guhong waved his hand. After you become a constellation realm, you will realize that the 9 states is just a small place. Lu Yi was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he took out a ring. Senior martial brother, please accept this. Jian Guhong took it and asked suspiciously, "What is this?" Senior martial brother, you will know when you see it. The things inside can be considered as something shared by the Guardian Hall. Saying so, he turned around and left the hall, rushing into the sky. After he left, Jian Guhong checked the ring in his hand and quickly understood what it was. It was a storage tool, similar to a storage bag. However, the storage space inside was undoubtedly more stable and larger. Chapter 1292. This was something that did not exist in the 9 provinces. The storage items of the 9 provinces were storage bags because they were very simple to make. One only needed to take the skin of a certain type of demonic beast to refine them, and those demonic beasts could be reared in captivity. Therefore, even spirit stream stage cultivators would have several storage bags on them. A storage ring like the one on Jian Guhong's hand had never appeared in the 9 provinces era. As for where Lu Yi had obtained it, Jian Guhong didn't need to think with his toes to know that behind this storage ring was a human life. Moreover, it was the life of a top monster from another domain. Jian Guhong was shocked when he checked the contents of the ring. The ring was filled to the brim with spirit jades. With a sweep of his divine sense, he roughly estimated that there were around 15,000 pieces. Jian Guhong had never seen so many spiritual jades before. When he was collecting spiritual jades in space, his harvest was not small, but it was only a few hundred pieces. 15,000 pieces. If he were to search in space, it would take him at least a few years to collect this much. He was shocked by Lu Ye's wealth, but he also knew that this was Lu Ye's harvest in the Alpha origin stage. Feeling grateful, He immediately sent a message to Lu Yi. On behalf of the future guardians, Senior Brother thanks Junior Brother for this generous gift. Lu Yi made it very clear that these spirit jades were shared by all guardians. In other words, whoever was responsible for guarding this place had the right to use these spirit jades for cultivation. The first guardian of the 9 states was Jian Guhong. In order to guard the 9 states, he voluntarily gave up the right to explore the stars and gather cultivation resources. At the current time, making such a decision required a high level of self-awareness, because guarding the 9 states meant that he had no cultivation resources to obtain. He could only wait for the next guardian to replace him before he could leave. Since Jian Guhong had such self-awareness, Lu Yi naturally would not keep it for himself. In the Alpha Origin stage, he had mined nearly 30,000 pieces of spirit jades with the help of the jade-eating ants, so he simply took out half of it. In this way, Jian Guhong's cultivation would not fall behind while he guarded the 9 provinces. If someone replaced Jian Guhong in the future, they could also use the spirit jades to cultivate. Of course, Lu Yi did not know how long the 15,000 pieces of spirit jades would last. But as long as there was a good start, there would definitely be others who would follow. Perhaps in the future, there would be a new situation where the protectors of the 9 prefectures could receive a monthly salary. This was very good. The guardian didn't force him. Since he was willing, he should get some benefits. After returning to Emerald Bamboo Peak, Lu Yi first familiarized herself with the various changes after advancing into a constellation. Only then did she take out a piece of supreme-grade spirit stone and put it in her mouth before crushing it with a crunch. He wanted to know if spirit stones would still be useful after he advanced to a constellation mansion. After trying it out, he found that the spirit stones were still useful, but compared to before, the effect was almost negligible. This was because the energy refined from the spirit stones could not increase the vitality of his flesh and blood. If this was the case for top-grade spirit stones, there was no need to even mention other spirit stones. Lu Yi took out a bottle of ordinary cloud spirit pills and poured them into his mouth. A moment later, he came to the same conclusion. The cloud spirit pill was of no use to the cultivation of the constellation realm. Ordinary cloud spirit pills wouldn't work. What about those refined from a pill furnace? With this thought in mind, Lu Yi took out another cloud spirit pill from a pill gourd and found that it was the same. Although it was produced from a pill gourd, it was still a cloud spirit pill after all. Its essence did not change, but the cloud spirit pill refined from a pill gourd did not have any impurities. It was easier for cultivators to absorb and refine, and there were no side effects. Immediately after, Lu Yi took out another spirit pill. This was also a type of spirit pill used for cultivation. Lu Yi didn't know how to name it. It was also produced from a pill gourd, but it was refined from precious herbs of the Alpha Origin realm. Lu Yi didn't have many of these spirit pills. Previously, he had produced 9 in one furnace and tried one on the spot. Now there were only 8 left. After swallowing them whole, he activated the gluttony meal and quickly noticed the difference. This spirit pill was useful for cultivation. He could clearly feel the subtle changes in his flesh and blood, which meant that the essence of his flesh and blood had increased. Although he had tested an effective cultivation method, this method could not be popularized. This was because Lu Yi didn't know what herbs he had thrown into the pill gourd when he tried it. Therefore, even he couldn't refine the same type of spirit pill unless he kept trying. While feeling a little regretful, Lu Yi took out a golden spirit pill and crushed it. The golden vortex spun in front of him, and the roots of the talent tree reached in. After a while, Lu Yi frowned. The cultivation method of Thieving Heaven's secret was not of much use to him. He sighed softly. No wonder the stage of the constellation realm was in the starry sky. The things in the domain, whether it was spirit stones, spirit pills, or world spirit chi, had too little effect on the improvement of the constellation realm and could be ignored. This undoubtedly forced the constellation realm experts to go deep into the starry sky. Of course, This was also related to the fact that the 9 provinces had just been promoted to a large domain. Perhaps in the future, some higher quality herbs would be born in the 9 provinces, although they couldn't be compared to the products of the Alpha Origin realm. They could at least be refined into spirit pills that the Constellation realm experts could benefit from. The herbs produced in the 9 provinces didn't have this effect. After various experiments, Lu Yi took out 2 spirit jades. He wanted to test the effect of the cultivation resources unique to the Constellation realm. He sat cross-legged without moving and guarded his mind. As he activated his spirit chi, he refined the energy inside the spirit jade in his hand. Immediately, he felt 2 streams of heat flow into his body through his palm and began to nourish his flesh and blood. The effect was very obvious. Of course, this was also attributed to the change in Lu Ye's cultivation aptitude. When he first started cultivating, he couldn't cultivate with spirit stones in his hand. It was just like how he couldn't absorb world spirit chi in the beginning because his aptitude was not good enough. However, after receiving the gift of the Soaring Dragon Realm's origin, he had been reborn. His 1-leaf aptitude had become 64 leaves. The ordinary cultivation methods of ordinary cultivators could also be used by him, and they were even more effective. After meditating for half a day and comparing the flow of energy in the spirit jades, he made a rough estimate. These 2 spirit jades could actually satisfy him for a full 3 days of cultivation. If it were someone else, they might be able to last for about 4 days. This meant that cultivators who had just entered the Constellation realm would only need less than 20 spirit jades in a month, even if they cultivated continuously. This consumption was so low. Based on this consumption, as long as the Constellation realm cultivators weren't too unlucky, they should be able to satisfy their cultivation needs when searching for spirit jades in the starry sky. Of course, this was also related to Lu Ye's recent ascension to the Constellation realm. As his cultivation base improved in the future, the efficiency of refining the spirit jade's energy would definitely increase. Normally, cultivators wouldn't cultivate in the starry sky. This was because most people needed a stable and undisturbed environment to cultivate. The starry sky was not suitable for cultivation. Usually, they would find a sufficient number of spirit jades and return to their native realm or find a peaceful environment. At most, they would only replenish their energy when they were exhausted. Lu Yi did not need a stable and comfortable environment. When he cultivated, he had always been multitasking. What he was trying now was the most orthodox and the most popular way of cultivation. However, he had never used this method to cultivate. He had his own unique cultivation method. The talent tree's power was activated. Invisible roots spread out and pierced into the 2 spirit jades in his hand, quickly absorbing them. The feeling was different again. He could clearly feel the energy in the spirit jades rapidly entering his body and settling into his strength. The efficiency of cultivating with the help of the talent tree had always been extremely high. Of course, the consumption was also high. Under such a normal cultivation method, the 2 spirit jades could last for 3 days. However, once the talent tree was activated, not to mention 3 days, it could not even last for 2 hours. However, Lu Yi quickly realized that something was wrong. Perhaps it was because he had just ascended to the Constellation realm. Under such a crazy absorption, although the cultivation efficiency became extremely high, there was no time to refine the spirit jade's energy that entered his body. As a result, a lot of spirit jade's energy was absorbed into his body and dissipated before it could settle down. It was an unnecessary waste. Lu Yi tried to control the speed of the talent tree's absorption. After some testing, he determined a relatively reasonable absorption efficiency. This way, he could perfectly refine the energy in the spirit jades and achieve the highest cultivation efficiency. The 2 spirit jades could last for about half a day. In other words, even if he cultivated without sleep and rest, he would only consume about 120 spirit jades in a month's time. He still had 15,000 spirit jades left, which was enough for him to cultivate for 4 to 5 months. In fact, he should be able to last longer because he could not cultivate continuously. Therefore, even if he gave away half of the spirit jades, he did not have to worry about his cultivation resources in the short term. After confirming a reasonable cultivation method, Lu Yi could not help but want to try another method. He pinched a spirit jade in his hand, put it into his mouth, and bit down hard. Crunch! Spirit jades were condensed from the mysterious energy in the starry sky. In essence, they were not much stronger than spirit stones. Any cultivator at any level could crush them with just a little strength. Not to mention Lu Ye's current teeth. After chewing slightly, he swallowed it whole. Lu Yi immersed himself in feeling. There was a burning sensation in his abdomen, which was not a big problem. However, the energy contained in the spirit jades had all erupted in a short period of time. Even if Lu Yi tried his best to refine them, he could not stop most of the energy from flowing away. Under his inner vision, the talent tree was also burning with gray fog. It was obvious that the harmful things in the spirit jades had been burned. In terms of movement, it was bigger than when he was eating spirit stones. This meant that the cultivation method of eating spirit jades consumed more fuel for the talent tree. Chapter 1293. In just one incense stick's worth of time, the strange burning sensation in his abdomen disappeared and the energy contained in the spirit jade was exhausted. Lu Yi revealed a contemplative expression. After various tests, he could confirm one thing. Currently, it was not suitable for him to directly swallow spirit jades. He could only rely on the talent tree to increase his cultivation efficiency to a limited extent. Of course, even if it was limited, it was still 10 times more efficient than normal cultivators. This undoubtedly meant that, as long as he had sufficient resources, he could grow even faster. The talent tree had never disappointed anyone before. This was good. When his cultivation base gradually improved, he could continue to adjust his cultivation efficiency. One day he would be able to consume spirit jades like he did spirit stones without worrying about wasting the energy of the spirit jades. However, when that day came, Lu Yi estimated that his cultivation would have reached the moon jade realm. That should be a long time in the future. Xiao Jiu! Lu Yi softly called. This time, Xiao Jiu did not appear. Only a voice came. What is it? Tianji Pillar. Jian Guhong had reminded him that every cultivator who ascended to a constellation could obtain a Tianji Pillar before leaving the 9 provinces. It could be used to communicate with the 9 provinces in the starry sky. Xiao Jiu did not mention this, and Lu Yi did not know. However, since he was going to leave, he naturally had to take one with him. The space in front of him slightly distorted, and a small Tianji pillar appeared out of thin air. Lu Yi reached out and grabbed it. Xiao Jiu's voice came. Keep it close to your body. Do not put it in your storage bag or storage ring. When you use it, just inject your spirit energy into it. However, the further it is, the weaker the connection with the 9 provinces. Be careful. Got it. Lu Yi rummaged through his storage ring and found a rope. It was not an ordinary rope. He did not know what material it was made of. It was quite sturdy, and he did not know when he had obtained it. He tied the Tianji pillar to his neck and hid it in his clothes. He stood up and walked out of the bamboo house. His divine sense swept out and found Shui Yuan's position. He sent a message and soared into the sky. He had already tried what he needed to try and said goodbye. Everything was ready. It was time to see the wonders of the starry sky. His body continued to grow taller. 3,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 100,000 feet. Soon, he reached a height he had never reached before. When he was at the Spirit Sea realm, Lu Yi once tried to fly up like this out of boredom. He wanted to see if he could fly out of the 9 provinces. He was not the only one who had done this. In fact, 9 out of 10 warriors in the Spirit Sea realm had done this stupid thing. After all, everyone was curious about the starry sky. However, without exception, they all flew to a certain height and could not fly any higher. There seemed to be an invisible barrier in the sky above the 9 states, cutting off all paths of ascension. Lu Yi speculated that it was not some invisible barrier, but the limit of the divine sea realm. Before obtaining the power to connect with the starry sky, cultivators in the spirit sea realm could only be regarded as cultivators in the bounded domain. They could not get rid of the fetters of the bounded domain. Of course, teleporting with the help of the 9 prefectures' pillar of heavenly secrets was an exception. However, even if they were teleported, they would only be teleported to another realm. Only when they reached the constellation realm and had the ability to cross the starry sky with their physical body would they have the ability to rush out of the bounded domain. Originally, it was a cloudy day in Ao Mountain. Dark clouds covered the sky. However, when Lu Yi flew to this height, the light of the sun suddenly spread out. Looking down, the sea of clouds rolled. It was a magnificent scene. The light of the sun painted the edges of the clouds with a layer of gold. It was a magnificent scene. As he continued to ascend, the outline of the 9 provinces began to appear in his vision. The higher he flew, the clearer the overall scene of the 9 provinces became. In fact, it was not the first time Lu Yi had observed the 9 provinces from this perspective. He had experienced this several times before. The first time was when he returned to the 9 provinces from the blood refining realm. However, that time was probably just a look in his mind and not with his eyes, so it was not as shocking as it was now. The second time was when Yang Qing took him directly from the spirit stream battlefield to the 9 provinces. That time it was a hurried trip and he did not see much. This time it was different. This time he truly relied on his own ability to fly out of the 9 provinces. Standing in the starry sky, he looked at his homeland. The entire 9 provinces was a round sphere. The layer of air around the sphere reflected the light of the sun. It was gorgeous and colorful. The surface of the sphere was blue. Lu Yi suspected that it was the sea. Any cultivator who had just entered the starry sky would be mesmerized by such a scene. Near the celestial bodies of the 9 regions, there was a floating, blood, refining realm. Its appearance did not seem to have changed. It looked like a female creature whose head and limbs had been cut off. It looked like a huge corpse lying on the side of the 9 regions. Comparing the 2 celestial bodies, the 9 provinces was undoubtedly much more beautiful. There were also floating continents of various sizes that surrounded the 9 provinces. They showed a very rhythmic rotation. Those were the Spirit Stream battlefield, the Cloud River battlefield, and many other secret realms. Since the 9 provinces moved here and settled down, Little Nine's intelligence was born. Like a garbage collector, it picked up the broken celestial bodies and floating continents that drifted near the 9 provinces. It was this garbage that became the active stage for the cultivators of the 9 provinces today. It also allowed the cultivators to obtain many benefits. In fact, if one really calculated it this way, Little Nine played an indelible role in the recovery of the 9 provinces, not only in the past, but also in the future. The fact that the 9 provinces could become a large domain that could rapidly grow was all thanks to Little Nine. In the previous 9 provinces era, a huge amount of manpower, material, and energy was spent to refine the Heaven's Fate Plate. In the end, it still preserved the legacy of this domain. It was hard to imagine how powerful the enemies of the previous 9 provinces era were, forcing those experts to make the decision to move their homeland. But this was not something Lu Yi could worry about. The previous 9 provinces era had passed. Now, it was the later 9 provinces era, the era of the constellation realm cultivators. When he went out, as long as he was careful and did not expose his origin in the 9 provinces, he probably would not provoke those old enemies. After all, who would have the time to investigate the background of a strange cultivator? Taking out the star map and comparing it, Lu Yi found that his direction was wrong. In the Guardian Palace of the Tian Continent's Spirit Peak, Lu Yi told Jian Guhong the direction he wanted to explore. But at this moment, his position was not in the radiation range of this direction, but on the other side. This was a lack of experience. If he really had a lot of experience, Lu Yi would have used the Heaven's Fate pillar to teleport to the corresponding position and then rushed into the starry sky. Fortunately, it did not matter too much. This trip was to familiarize Lu Yi with the starry sky, so there was no harm in running more. Immediately, he urged his spiritual power and flew in that direction. Soon, Lu Yi found that flying in the starry sky was different from flying in the domain. Flying in the domain, one could feel resistance. That was the resistance of the wind. The faster one flew, the greater the resistance. Therefore, the higher one's cultivation, the faster one could fly. This was because one could urge more profound spiritual power to resist the oncoming resistance. But in the starry sky, there was no resistance at all. Lu Yi only needed to spend a little spiritual power to obtain a very good flying speed. After obtaining such a speed, even if he did not urge his spiritual power, he could still maintain this speed. With a thought, didn't this mean that if he constantly urged his spiritual power, he could achieve almost unlimited speed? What kind of scene would that be? Out of curiosity, Lu Yi immediately tried to increase his speed. Facts proved that he was right. Under the effect of spiritual power, his speed almost showed an explosive growth, getting faster and faster. There was no sound of wind, only the feeling of lightning. Moreover, he was in the starry sky, and there were no particularly obvious references around him. Therefore, even though Lu Yi knew that his speed was already very fast, his perception still didn't feel anything. It was not until a huge meteorite suddenly appeared in front of him that Lu Yi suddenly realized that something was wrong. He wanted to change his direction, but because his speed was too fast, he could not change it in time. In the end, he dangerously brushed against the edge of the meteorite. Without a sound, the meteorite split into many pieces and flew off in different directions. Lu Yi also flew off in another direction, like a kite with a broken string. After stabilizing his body with great difficulty, Lu Yi grimaced. Even if his physical body was strong, even if it was just a slight brush under the ridiculously high speed, this collision almost caused him to suffer serious injuries. Moving his body slightly, he only felt an incomparable pain where he had brushed against the meteorite. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels seemed to have been displaced, and he also felt a little dizzy. Only then did Lu Yi know that flying in the starry sky, in theory, could indeed achieve almost unlimited speed. But the premise was that there should be no obstacles along the way. The starry sky was indeed vast and empty, but in reality, there were drifting meteorites everywhere. Some of these things were large enough to be easily discovered, while others were small and lifeless, so even a cultivator's divine sense could easily ignore them. Once there was an obstruction. When one's speed exceeded the limit of a cultivator's control, a collision was bound to occur, and such a collision was undoubtedly fatal. He was lucky this time and only suffered some minor injuries. If his speed had doubled, Lu Yi estimated that he would have been smashed into a meat patty. He was secretly afraid. It seemed that when flying in the starry sky in the future, he would have to control his speed. At the very least, it had to be within his control. Otherwise, he might not even know how he died. This was a very valuable experience. He had to send a message to Jian Guhong and have him record it as a warning to future generations. Thinking so, Lu Yi sent a message. A moment later, Jian Guhong replied, "I already know." Lu Yi was stunned. "Since senior apprentice brother knows, why didn't you tell me?" Jian Guhong replied, "Even if I told you, would you not try?" Chapter 1294. Lu Yi was speechless. Thinking about it carefully, it did seem to be the case. Even if someone had told him in advance, he would have tried it himself. It wasn't that he didn't want to listen to his elders, but that all cultivators who had just entered the cosmos were curious. Jian Guhong continued, "There are some things that can only be remembered deeply after experiencing them personally. Senior Marshal Brother, have you experienced them before?" Jian Guhong didn't reply. Lu Yi snickered. He was certain that Jian Guhong wasn't the only one who had suffered. There were probably many others who had suffered the same thing. However, everyone kept it a secret. These old fellows weren't good people either. Standing quietly in the cosmos, a feeling of insignificance that he had never felt before lingered in his heart. In this vast and deep place, a constellation realm cultivator was as insignificant as a speck of dust. Even if he advanced to Yu Yao or Sunshine in the future, there probably wouldn't be much of a difference. After experiencing the initial novelty and suffering a small loss, Lu Yi finally calmed down. While recovering, he tried to absorb the mysterious energy in the cosmos. This was also a cultivation method. It was similar to how cultivators below the constellation realm would absorb the world's spiritual qi in a realm. However, the world's spiritual qi in a realm was the world's spiritual qi, while the world's spiritual qi outside the realm was an indescribable cosmic energy. This kind of cosmic energy was extremely corrosive to cultivators below the constellation realm. If one's cultivation base wasn't high enough, their flesh would wither away and they would die. Only constellation realm cultivators could ignore this corrosion and refine it for their own use. Cosmic energy filled every corner of the cosmos. When it condensed to a certain extent, it would condense into cultivation resources like spirit jades and spirit crystals. Theoretically speaking, even if constellation realm cultivators didn't have spirit jades and spirit crystals, as long as they were in the cosmos, they could cultivate at any time. Of course, this was only in theory. In reality, no one would cultivate in this way. This was because, although the energy in the cosmos was omnipresent, it was too thin. It was so thin that it wasn't very efficient to cultivate. Lu Yi tried it and found that this was indeed the case. With his current talent of 64 leaves, he didn't feel much from absorbing the energy in the cosmos, let alone others. Even if they used the power of their talent tree, they wouldn't gain much benefit. This was because the cultivation environment wasn't good. This wasn't something that could be changed by changing cultivation methods. Of course, there must be some places in the starry sky with rich energy. Those were definitely wonderful places for cultivation. It all depended on whether the cultivators had the chance to find them. After recovering for a while, the after effects of colliding with the meteorite slowly disappeared. At this moment, Lu Yi had arrived at the correct location. The 9 states were beneath his feet. He only needed to fly above his head to explore the empty areas on the star chart. This was also one of his goals, or rather one of his missions. This was the first time Lu Yi had set foot in the starry skies, so he did not plan to travel too far. He had set a limit of half a year's journey for himself. In that case, a single round trip would take a year. But in reality, it would definitely take a longer time because the area he wanted to explore was not a simple fan-shaped area, but a 3-dimensional fan-shaped space. It was very vast. One trip back and forth would definitely not be enough. Even 8 or 10 trips wouldn't be enough. With his strength alone, it would take at least a few decades to explore such a 3-dimensional fan-shaped area. Fortunately, in the future, there would be an endless number of constellation realm cultivators in the 9 states. This kind of thing would not be done by him alone. Everyone was doing it, so the efficiency would increase a lot. After determining the direction, he urged his spiritual power, controlled his speed, and flew forward. As a rookie who had just entered the starry sky, the first thing he had to do was naturally to accumulate all kinds of experience in the starry sky. These experiences could not be taught by others, but needed to be carefully experienced by himself. Only by accumulating enough experience could he roam the starry sky in the future and deal with all kinds of unexpected situations. Lu Yi was also trying to find spiritual jades. The outer space of the 9 states had always been unexplored, so there would naturally be a lot of spiritual jades left. This was the advantage of a newly advanced, large domain. Unlike those old large domains or top domains, where there were endless powerhouses as long as spiritual jades and spiritual crystals appeared in the outer space of the domain, they would have long been plundered by the ancestors. It was very difficult to gain much. Finding spiritual jades was not difficult, because formed spiritual jades would give off a kind of strange energy fluctuation. Cultivators only needed to use their divine sense to monitor the surroundings. After sensing this kind of energy fluctuation, they could usually find it by following the direction. Lu Ye's luck was not bad. After flying for less than 2 hours, he felt the unique energy fluctuation of this kind of spiritual jades. Lu Yi followed the source of the fluctuations and saw a meteorite flying at high speed. The meteorite was much faster than Lu Ye's normal flying speed. When Lu Yi saw it, it was already far away. Lu Yi didn't know how far it had flown. Lu Yi hurriedly increased his speed and chased after the meteorite. His speed gradually exceeded the limit of his control, but because he was following behind the meteorite, Lu Yi was not worried about crashing into anything, because even if there really was an obstruction in front of him, the meteorite would still be knocked away. He kept increasing his speed, closing the distance between them, and finally landed on the meteorite. After searching around, he found 2 sparkling purple objects on the meteorite. It was the color of spiritual jades. Although it was only 2 pieces of spirit jade, it was still a good start. Moreover, this was also Lu Ye's first harvest in the starry sky. The spirit jade mine that the reincarnation tree had mined in the alpha origin stage did not count, as it was just an opportunity. Lu Yi happily stepped forward and put away the 2 spiritual jades. He then carefully checked the other parts of the meteorite. After finding nothing else, Lu Yi finally left. After some tossing and turning, he had already deviated from his direction. Lu Yi turned his head and looked at the position of the Sun star and Venus star, then tried to locate the direction of the 9 provinces. He found that it was not difficult and easily found the position of the 9 provinces. Only then did he relax. He continued to search for spiritual jades while recording some of the celestial bodies he saw. These things would be sent back to the 9 provinces and told to Jian Guhong so that he could complete the star map. He did not neglect the matter of cultivation. No matter what he was doing, Lu Yi held a spiritual jade in each hand, urging the power of the talent tree to absorb the spiritual jades. The efficiency was also controlled within the range that he could convert. In this regard, he was much better than the other constellations. If the other constellations wanted to cultivate, they had to find a suitable place to cultivate and calmly refine the energy of the spiritual jades. Basically, they could not do anything else. However, Lu Yi slowly discovered a problem that he had considered before. It was far more difficult to improve in the constellation realm than in the constellation realm. Although there were only 3 levels in the constellation realm, each level was much more difficult than the previous one. Lu Yi continued to explore and cultivate at the same time. His spirit jades continued to be consumed, and he could feel that the essence of his flesh and blood was improving. However, this improvement was like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. He had no idea when he would be able to cross this level and reach the level of viscera essence. The constellation stage was a watershed. After a cultivator stepped into the constellation stage, it was like entering another world of cultivation. Lu Yi also discovered that the location of the 9 prefectures could indeed be considered a remote and desolate place. This was because he had not encountered a single living creature in the starry sky for 3 months. In the vast starry sky, it was as if he was the only living creature. The silent silence made one feel lonely and oppressed. Cultivators with insufficient mental fortitude would likely go crazy if they stayed in such an environment for a long time. Lu Yi was able to endure this loneliness. To be honest, ever since he started cultivating, he had been moving alone most of the time. He had long trained his mental fortitude to endure this loneliness. He had no idea how many miles he had flown in 3 months. At the beginning, Lu Yi could still vaguely see the outline of the 9 prefectures when he looked back, but today he could no longer see the 9 prefectures. He did not panic and continued to explore according to the established plan. This was also his responsibility as a consolation of the 9 prefectures. He had obtained some spiritual jades. Although it paled in comparison to the amount he had mined in the Alpha Origin stage, it was enough to meet his daily cultivation needs. There was even a surplus. On this day, Lu Yi followed the fluctuations of spiritual jades and came to a long meteorite belt. Such meteorite belts were very common in the starry sky. Lu Yi had seen them several times before. They were all composed of meteorites of various sizes. It was unknown where they came from or where they were going. Before Lu Yi discovered them, they must have been drifting for countless years. After several months of tempering, although Lu Ye's experience in the starry sky could not be considered rich, it was at least much better than when he had just started. In particular, he had accumulated some experience in searching for spiritual jades. It was very easy for such meteorite belts to produce spiritual jades. Moreover, once discovered, there would be more than one piece. Lu Yi had previously obtained a considerable harvest from one such meteorite belt. Today, he had encountered another one. Moreover, the energy fluctuations were very chaotic and seemed to be even richer than the previous one. Lu Yi naturally would not miss this opportunity. The meteorite belt was very long, almost 10,000 miles from the beginning to the end. However, such a length was nothing in the starry sky. According to his experience, Lu Yi followed the end of the meteorite belt as usual. There was one advantage to entering from this direction, and that was that he didn't have to worry about being hit by the chaotic meteorites. He just had to control his speed. Moreover, searching from the end to the front would ensure that he did not miss anything. Using the rapidly flying meteorites as a springboard, Lu Yi traveled 10 miles before landing on a meteorite. 2 specks of purple light entered his vision. He had been doing this for several months and no longer felt the novelty of collecting spiritual jades. Lu Yi quickly stepped forward and reached out to grab one of the spiritual jades. He was a little curious. The purple light of the spiritual jades seemed to be brighter than normal. Chapter 1295. Lu Yi did not pay too much attention to it. Although spiritual jades were not categorized into low, medium, and high grades like spirit stones, there were still differences in quality. However, the difference was not huge. Generally speaking, a spiritual jade of a higher quality would have a darker color. Therefore, it was not a big deal even if the 2 spiritual jades in front of him were slightly brighter. However, when he grabbed the spiritual jade, he suddenly realized that something was wrong because the feeling in his hand was different from normal. Not only that, but a great sense of crisis suddenly lingered in his heart. In front of his vision, the space in front of him was distorted, and a bloody mouth full of sharp fangs suddenly opened in a position that was originally empty. It was about to bite him. Lu Yi instinctively wanted to withdraw, but there was a strange suction force coming from the giant mouth, making it impossible for him to retreat for a while. Seeing that the huge mouth with sharp fangs was about to close, Lu Yi slammed his body forward and crashed into the huge mouth the moment the fangs fell. On the meteorite, the distortion in space calmed down, and a figure that was a few meters tall suddenly appeared. It was a strange creature with a round body that was covered in sharp thorns. It did not have a tail and looked like a round ball. There were 2 long, tentacle-like things on its forehead, and at the top of the tentacles hung 2 flesh sacs that emitted a purple light. The 2 flesh sacs were no different from spiritual jades in terms of color, shape, and surface texture. The spiritual jades that Lu Yi saw before were the disguise of the 2 flesh sacs. However, when the strange creature revealed its true form, the flesh sacs were exposed. At this moment, not only did they look like spiritual jades, but they also looked like 2 lanterns hanging on the creature's head. If someone who lived by the sea saw it, they would definitely recognize that it looked very similar to the angler fish in the sea. However, while the angler fish lived in the sea, this strange creature lived in the starry sky. The angler fish swallowed Lu Yi in one gulp and blinked its eyes, revealing a slightly sly light. Before it could savor the food in its mouth, a sudden change occurred. A bright light suddenly bloomed from the gap between the angler fish's fangs. At first glance, it looked like it had a bright lamp in its mouth. Then, the surface of the anglerfish's body also bloomed with lines of light, and a powerful and violent spiritual energy suddenly burst out. A lotus flower suddenly bloomed, and it was like a sun had exploded. The brilliance of its radiance caused an area of 500 kilometers to be as bright as day. There was no sound in the starry sky. The petals of the lotus flew in all directions, cutting through the void. The lotus slowly dissipated, and Lu Ye's shadow stood in the middle of the stamen. His eyes were slightly lowered, and the Pan Mountain saber in his hand was stained with blood. The entire body of the saber glowed with a faint glow. That was the blessing of the divine blade spirit tattoo. Ever since he deduced this new spiritual inscription, Lu Yi had never used it against the enemy. The main reason was that he didn't have the opportunity to do so. He didn't expect that he would use it today. The effect was very good. Although it was still not as good as Green Luster's Zhu Yan, the difference was not big. When his attainments in the art of spiritual inscriptions increased in the future, he should be able to improve and optimize the divine blade spirit tattoo. This was the spiritual inscription that could help him in the constellation realm. In comparison, the original sharp spirit tattoo was no longer of much use. This encounter was very unexpected. To be honest, before the sense of crisis suddenly came, Lu Yi didn't notice anything wrong. This was because this guy hid too well. The two spiritual jades distracted Lu Yi a little. In addition, he hadn't encountered any living creatures since he left the land of the 9 states. So he had indeed let his guard down. However, his reaction was also extremely fast. If he hadn't crashed into the beast's huge mouth, with its mouth full of fangs, Lu Yi reckoned that he would have lost an arm. At this moment, Lu Yi also knew what he had encountered. Star Beast. There were all kinds of demon beasts in the realm, and there were also demon beasts in the outer realm. However, demon beasts in the outer realm were not called demon beasts, but star beasts. There were all kinds of star beasts, each with their own unique abilities. Lu Yi had too little experience in the starry sky, and the information he came in contact with was also very limited. Naturally, he didn't know what this star beast was. He didn't even have the time to see the complete appearance of this star beast. However, in comparison, star beasts had their own unique advantages. That was, they were born with the ability to absorb and refine the energy of the starry sky. Therefore, they lived in the starry sky from the moment they were born. Spiritual jades and spiritual crystals were extremely important cultivation resources for cultivators, and they were also their favorite. Every star beast could devour spiritual jades and spiritual crystals to increase their strength. For example, Lu Yi had obtained the heart core of the void beast in the insect's tree realm. The void beast was a type of star beast, and a very powerful one at that. Because it was born with the ability to control the void, it was very difficult to kill even if one's strength surpassed it. This made the value of the heart core of the void beast all the more obvious. The insect race had obtained a piece of the heart core of the void beast through some unknown method and placed it in the insect's tree realm as a channel to connect to other tree realms. In the end, Lu Yi had destroyed them all. Such a loss could be said to be great. Lu Yi could sense that the astral beast he had just killed was at the constellation realm. This was because the moment the astral beast appeared, the fluctuation of spiritual energy was obvious. The suction force from its huge mouth should be its instinct, or perhaps its innate ability. Lu Yi was also at the constellation realm, but he had killed the star beast with one blow. This showed his own foundation. Even if he had just entered the constellation realm, his rich accumulation in the past was still fermenting. Of course, this also had to do with Lu Ye's environment. No matter how strong the defense of the star beast was, it was always relatively weak in the mouth. The third style of the domineering blade enhanced with the divine blade spirit tattoo was extremely powerful. However, Lu Yi did not feel any joy from killing a strong enemy. Instead, his scalp went numb. There was no other reason. In the perception of his divine telekinesis, powerful auras were rapidly recovering. In his field of vision, round star beasts with two lanterns hanging on their heads, like anglerfish, were flying toward him from all directions. There was not only one anglerfish in this meteorite belt, but a school of them. Lu Yi even felt the aura of the moon jade realm from them. In other words, there was a moon jade realm in this school of anglerfish. As they flew, they crashed into the meteorites. Although their speed was slightly reduced, it did not seem to be a big deal. Lu Yi immediately knew that these guys were the type with rough skin and thick flesh. He had fallen into a den of thieves. Lu Yi did not even think about it. He turned around and ran. As he activated his spiritual energy, he quickly increased his speed to the limit that he could control. Thanks to his accumulated experience, when he entered this meteorite belt previously, he had entered from the tail end and only went a dozen miles deep. At this time, it was not difficult to escape. If he had recklessly entered from the middle of the meteorite belt, he would have been attacked from both sides and would not be able to save himself. The sudden death of their comrade infuriated the anglerfish. They chased after Lu Yi relentlessly, but soon the anglerfish with lower cultivation were left behind. Only the anglerfish with higher cultivation were biting onto Lu Yi like leeches. Lu Yi realized that his speed was not fast enough. This was because the distance between them was shrinking. The few anglerfish that were closest to him were already within 100 miles. In the bounded domain, this distance was considered relatively safe because the attack of a divine ocean realm cultivator could not reach this far. However, it was not enough in the starry sky. Lu Ye's skin immediately tensed up. He felt a needle-like pain, which was a sign of impending danger. He did not even think about it and immediately leaned to the side. Almost at the same time he moved, several purple rays of light pierced through his original position. Lu Yi immediately broke out in cold sweat. Although he did not know what these purple rays of light were, he guessed that they must be an attack by the anglerfish. He could not block the attack of a few anglerfish from the moonjade realm. He hurriedly turned his head and saw that the two lanterns hanging on the heads of the anglerfish were emitting a bright purple light. Then they turned into rays of light and rushed toward him. Lu Yi moved freely in the starry sky, constantly dodging the attacks from behind. There were a few times when he dodged by the skin of his teeth. However, because of this, his escape speed slowed down. He could still speed up, but that would be beyond his control. If he bumped into something in front of him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lu Yi did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not expect that the first battle he encountered in the starry sky would be like this. He had only killed one of their companions, and yet they were chasing him so closely. This was really too much. In a moment of anger, Lu Yi turned back and raised his hand to release a ray of Imperial equipment. He did not attack the anglerfish that were chasing him because he knew that such an attack would not be of much use. The Imperial equipment was used for other purposes. However, he didn't expect that not long after the Imperial equipment left his hand, a purple ray of light would greet him and shatter the Imperial equipment. Lu Yi had no choice but to choose another direction. He released another ray of Imperial equipment. This time he learned his lesson. He did not attack the anglerfish that were flying toward him. Instead, he attacked to the side. He continued to escape forward, constantly dodging the attacks of the purple rays of light behind him. After a while, his body suddenly swayed and disappeared on the spot. The anglerfish that were chasing him immediately fell into a state of confusion. They were also intelligent. In the past, when they were drifting in the starry sky with the meteorite belt, they had seen the methods of the cultivators of other races. However, this was the first time they had seen such a strange method. How could such a big living person just disappear into thin air? The anglerfish flew to the place where Lu Yi disappeared and looked around. Not only that, the lanterns hanging on their heads were constantly emitting purple rays of light in all directions. They seemed to think that Lu Yi must be hiding nearby and wanted to force him to show up. They did not know that Lu Yi had already appeared nearly 10,000 miles away. Chapter 1296. After advancing to the constellation realm, the range of the Void Spirit Rune's teleportation ability had also increased by leaps and bounds. Lu Yi remembered that when he was at the Divine Sea Realm, he could only teleport up to a distance of about 3,000 miles. But now he could teleport up to nearly 10,000 miles, which was almost 3 times the original range. He had just advanced to the constellation realm not long ago. What would happen when he reached the Moon Jade Realm and Sunshine Realm? Lu Yi didn't have time to think too much. He immediately condensed his sword cultivator clone, hurriedly put on a set of prepared clothes, and put on the sword gourd before rushing in a certain direction. The sword cultivator clone was originally wearing the Scarlet Dragon battle suit, which was a treasure. However, the Scarlet Dragon battle suit had been damaged during the Alpha Origin stage, and Lu Yi couldn't be bothered to repair it. Compared to the rapid increase in his strength, the Scarlet Dragon battle suit, which originally provided decent defensive capabilities, was no longer of much use. While the main body set off, the clone also rushed in another direction, which was where the meteorite belt was. The few Moon Jade Realm angler fish raged in the place where Lu Yi disappeared for a while, but they still couldn't find any trace of Lu Yi. Just as they were confused, intense spirit power fluctuations came from the distance behind them. Someone was fighting. A few Moon Jade Realm angler fish immediately felt that something was wrong and immediately turned back. They didn't fly far before they saw a scene that made their eyes pop out of their sockets. The human cultivators they were looking for had already run behind them at some point in time, and were in the midst of a massacre. There were many angler fish chasing from the meteorite belt, but because of the difference in strength between them, after chasing for a while, those who were not strong enough were left behind. The weaker they were, the further they were left behind. Lu Yi really didn't want to provoke those Moon Jade Realm angler fish. There was a limit to killing enemies above one's level. As a weapon cultivator who had just entered the constellation realm, Lu Yi was not arrogant enough to think that he could kill several Moon Jade Realm star beasts. But if he couldn't defeat the Moon Jade Realm, he could kill the constellation realm star beasts. These guys wandered in the starry sky along with the meteorites, using the 2 lanterns above their heads to disguise themselves as spirit jades. They had harmed countless cultivators and were obviously not good people. This time, if Lu Yi hadn't reacted in time, he would have lost at least one of his arms. But then again, this was their way of survival. Lu Yi didn't want to comment on it. He couldn't see through the angler fish's disguise because his eyesight wasn't good enough. However, with so many anglerfish chasing after him, it was a little too much. This triggered Lu Yi's killing intent. It had been almost a year since Lu Yi had returned from the Alpha Origin stage. During this time, Lu Yi had not used a weapon except for the few corpse clan members he had killed on the Wushuang continent. For a weapon cultivator, such days were undoubtedly boring. Moreover, after ascending to the constellation realm, Lu Yi had yet to seriously examine his own strength. The main reason was that there wasn't a suitable opportunity. He couldn't possibly find those constellation realm cultivators in the 9 prefectures to spar with, right? Even if that was the case, he wouldn't be able to achieve anything by sparring with them. This group of star beasts was undoubtedly a very good target. The massacre began. Wherever the long saber went, there would be no one with a sharp edge. Although they were all at the constellation realm, cultivators undoubtedly had more means than star beasts. These anglerfish's attack methods were too limited. They mainly relied on the purple lines on the 2 flesh sacs on their heads to attack. They didn't know how to adapt, so it was easy to avoid them. Other than that, they would pounce and bite at close range. Their fangs and mouths looked scary, but it didn't help if they couldn't bite. Although they could still activate some magical abilities, such as the powerful suction force from their mouths, it wasn't difficult for Lu Yi to escape as long as he was vigilant. As the seemingly small figure moved, the saber slashed and blood splattered everywhere. The Divine Edge Spirit Rune showed its power again. These star beasts were undoubtedly the type with thick skin and flesh. Ordinary Constellation Realm cultivators like Lu Yi couldn't break through their physical defenses even if they used all their strength. However, in front of the Mountain Pan Saber enhanced with the Divine Edge Spirit Rune, their thick skin and flesh weren't enough. Although it wasn't enough to kill them with one slash, every slash was so deep that the bones could be seen. In addition to the soul-slashing saber's characteristics, once the star beasts were injured, their performance would become worse. They would often be killed by Lu Ye's saber. However, Lu Yi soon discovered a problem. The threat of the soul-slashing saber seemed to be much weaker against Constellation Realm cultivators. In the past, when he was at the Divine Ocean Realm, any enemy spirit that was injured by his saber would be greatly impacted at the same time, causing their spirit to hurt and their mental state to become unstable. However, looking at these star beasts' performance now, although it was still affected, it wasn't as bad as when he was at the Divine Ocean Realm. Lu Yi understood that this wasn't because the soul-slashing saber's power had changed. The soul-slashing saber was still the soul-slashing saber, but the enemy's strength had increased, and they could withstand the impact of the soul-slashing saber more. Perhaps one day, when facing a stronger enemy, the soul-slashing saber might completely lose its effect. 10,000 miles wasn't a long distance in the starry sky, but when the Jade Realm star beasts flew to the battlefield a few months later, Lu Yi had already killed more than a dozen Constellation Realm star beasts. Sensing these threatening auras approaching, Lu Yi immediately retreated, his figure disappearing from sight. A few months later, the star beasts of the Jade Realm came to the rescue in anger. They even deliberately surrounded Lu Yi from several directions, with the intention of taking him down in one fell swoop. However, as soon as they arrived, the same ghostly scene appeared again. That abominable human cultivator had disappeared once again. Looking around, the battlefield was a mess. Broken limbs and corpses of star beasts were everywhere. The star beasts that were still alive all had wounds on them, and they looked very miserable. Their clan was very powerful. Although they didn't have any Sunshine Realm star beasts, there were several Moon Realm star beasts, nearly 30 Constellation Realm star beasts, and about 100 Constellation Realm star beasts. Even in the starry sky, such a force was extremely powerful. However, after a great battle, half of their Constellation Realm star beasts died. This made the star beasts of the Jade Realm feel so heartbroken that they were about to bleed. But soon, one of the Moon Realm star beasts let out a roar. In the starry sky, sound couldn't be transmitted, but the transmission of divine sense wasn't hindered. Therefore, this roar clearly reached the ears of all the star beasts. In the next instant, many of the star beasts that were still alive didn't even have time to check the battlefield. They hurriedly flew toward the asteroid belt. They also realized that something was wrong. That human cultivator had suddenly disappeared before coming here to kill half of their Constellation Realm cultivators. Now that he had disappeared a second time, where could he have gone? Their worries were soon realized. On the way, both the Moon Realm star beasts and the Constellation Realm star beasts felt intense spiritual power fluctuations in front of them. They also felt the rapid loss of vitality. The star beasts that chased after Lu Yi were all Constellation Realm star beasts. Those Constellation Realm star beasts were still hibernating in the asteroid belt. Star beasts were different from cultivators of other races. They were born in the starry sky, and their bodies were born to resist the corrosion of the starry sky's energy. On the other hand, the environment of the realm was very unsuitable for them. Therefore, regardless of whether the realm was big or small, there was no risk of being invaded by star beasts. This was because star beasts wouldn't rashly go to a certain realm. No matter how high or low that realm was, they were born in the starry sky and would die in the starry sky. The boundless starry sky was where they lived. When Lu Yi was escaping earlier, he noticed that there were many star beasts that weren't strong enough to stay in the asteroid belt. Now that he had returned to the asteroid belt with the help of his sword cultivator clone, he naturally wouldn't hold back. His original body and clone swept left and right. Saber light and sword light wreaked havoc like two flood dragons roaming the sea. Everywhere they passed, there was a rain of blood. Liu Ye's original body and his clone forcefully plowed through the asteroid belt that was 10,000 miles long. Countless asteroids were destroyed before they left. When the group of star beasts returned, Liu Yi was nowhere to be seen. Even if they wanted to chase after him, they didn't know where to go. The surviving star beasts appeared from all over the shattered asteroids and gathered around the Moon Jade Realm star beasts. Seeing the number of surviving star beasts, the Moon Jade Realm star beasts all glared at them with rage. Powerful spiritual senses interweaved in all directions, conveying their anger and sorrow. They had encountered cultivators of many races in the past, and they had even encountered cultivators from the Moon Jade Realm. However, compared to a large group like them, a single Moon Jade Realm cultivator wouldn't dare to provoke them. As for the Constellation Realm cultivators that had been lured here by the traps, most of them had become their food. They had never thought that they would encounter such a strange Constellation Realm cultivator today. He had single-handedly slaughtered their entire group. More than half of the Constellation Realm cultivators had died, and 70% of those below the Constellation Realm had died. In the end, they didn't even know where to look for revenge. This was also the fate of space wanderers. The Moon Jade Realm star beasts knew that they couldn't split up now. Otherwise, if they left, that human cultivator might jump out from somewhere. If they couldn't take revenge or split up, they didn't have many options left. Half a day later, the asteroid belt quieted down. The star beasts went into hibernation again. They drifted along the asteroid belt and quickly left this region. Tens of thousands of miles away, Liu Ye's original body waited for a while. He didn't find any traces of pursuers, so he knew that the star beasts hadn't chased after him. It seemed that his previous strategy had worked. When he was slaughtering the star beasts in the asteroid belt, he didn't kill them all. Instead, he deliberately left some of them behind. It wasn't good to kill them all. Once the Moon Jade Realm star beasts lost their restraints, they would probably pursue him relentlessly. He wasn't afraid of being chased by them since he was alone. However, he was only 3 months away from the 9 states. Although the chances of the star beasts finding the 9 states were low, it was better to be safe than sorry. It was better to be careful. Chapter 1297. To be on the safe side, Liu Yi wandered in the nearby space for a few more days. He didn't find any more traces of those star beasts. Even the meteorite belt they were hiding in had drifted far away and disappeared without a trace. Only then did he relax. This was his first battle after ascending to the constellation level. In terms of results, it wasn't bad. However, during the battle, Liu Yi also noticed some of his shortcomings. Because he had just ascended to the constellation level not long ago, his control over his own strength wasn't perfect. Of course, this wasn't a big deal. It wouldn't even affect his combat strength too much. Moreover, as time passed, this problem would slowly improve. In addition, Liu Yi also discovered something. It was indeed difficult to kill a Constellation Realm cultivator. He didn't know the situation of cultivators from other races. After all, he hadn't fought them head-on. For example, those star beasts all had unparalleled recovery abilities. The hideous wounds left on their bodies by the mountain pan saber would often heal in a few breaths of time. This was something that couldn't happen below the constellation level. This was undoubtedly the benefit of the essence of flesh and blood that had reached a certain level. It was also thanks to the mountain pan saber that had been enhanced with the divine edge spirit mark that it was sharp enough. Otherwise, Liu Yi probably wouldn't have been able to kill many star beasts in this battle. This encounter gave Liu Yi a reminder. In the seemingly quiet and lonely starry skies, there was often no telling when danger would descend. Wandering the starry skies, one not only had to be vigilant of the cultivators of the various races, but also of the strange star beasts. After a hard battle, there were still some gains. The demonic beasts in the domain had monster cores, and so did the star beasts. While Lu Yi was killing the star beasts, he was also collecting their monster cores. Although the environment wasn't right and time was short, so he wasn't able to collect all of them, he still managed to collect about half. This thing should also be able to cultivate. Thinking of this, he took out a Constellation Realm Yao core and held it in his hand. He activated the talent tree's power to test it out. After a series of experiments, he found that it was as he thought. The Yao cores of star beasts could be used for cultivation. Moreover, the energy contained in them was much greater than that of spiritual jades. This was normal. Take the demon beasts in the domain, for example. The energy contained in the Yao core of a divine sea realm demon beast was definitely not comparable to that of spiritual jades. After all, it was the crystallization of the demon beast's strength. By the same logic, a star beast's Yao core was naturally incomparable to a spirit jade. However, this cultivation method was destined to be only suitable for oneself. Other cultivators could not imitate it. Without the roots of the innate skill tree, cultivators would not be able to refine the monster core with their own abilities. Directly swallowing it was even more impossible. Therefore, in the starry skies, the monster cores of star beasts would generally be used for alchemy or other purposes. There would always be a use for them. He continued to fly forward, searching and recording along the way. Occasionally, he would send his own records back to the 9 states so that Jian Guhong could complete the star map of the Guardian Hall. As he continued to travel further and further, even with the help of the Tianji pillar that he carried with him, his connection with the 9 regions grew weaker and weaker. The most important manifestation of this was that there was a certain degree of delay in the transmission of information. The transmission of news among the cultivators of the 9 regions was very convenient. There was no delay at all. But now there was a delay. Obviously, it was because the distance was too far. This was exactly what Little Nine had said before. The further away one was from the 9 regions, the weaker the connection. Until this day, when he tried to send a message to Jian Guhong, he found that he could not even send a message out. Lu Yi knew that he had exceeded the limit of the 9 regions. This limit could be considered the airspace of the 9 regions for the time being. If he went any further, he would exceed the airspace of the 9 regions. Calculating the time, it had taken him about half a year to leave the 9 regions. This was consistent with the information he had received from Jian Guhong. Half a year's journey was also his own plan. After all, this was his first time exploring the starry skies. It was not good to go too far. It would not be too late to explore further in the future when he had more experience. Lu Yi felt that he was the type of person who did things in a relatively safe manner. Since encountering that wave of star beasts 3 months ago, Lu Yi had not encountered any living creatures. He had been exploring alone. Fortunately, his cultivation had not been interrupted. Although it was not as efficient as normal cultivation, overall he had reached about 70%. What made Lu Yi feel a little helpless was that even so, his cultivation did not seem to have improved at all. However, his flesh and blood had indeed become more vigorous than before. When he looked inside himself, the specks of starlight hidden in his flesh and blood had become denser. This could be considered a kind of improvement. However, he did not know how long it would take for him to reach the middle stage of the constellation realm and reach the level of the essence of his organs. This confirmed his previous guess. The advancement of the constellation realm was many times more difficult than the advancement of the constellation realm. It would definitely take a long time to accumulate. If this was the case for the constellation realm, there was no need to mention Yu Yao and Ri Zhao. The higher the cultivation realm, the harder it would be to advance. It was no wonder that there were very few Sunshine Realm experts around the reincarnation tree. Unless they were from a top-tier realm and did not have to worry about resources, it was extremely difficult for a Sunshine Realm expert to appear even in those older and larger realms. Looking at it this way, the constellation realm was the main body in the starry skies. The chances of encountering Yu Yao were not high, and the chances of encountering Ri Zhao were even lower. It was unknown whether Yu Xan had been lucky or unlucky to have discovered the 9 regions, which had just connected to the starry skies. Now that he had reached his target, Lu Yi did not intend to go any deeper. He planned to return according to his original plan. Of course, he was not really going back the same way he had come. The area he wanted to explore this time was a 3-dimensional fan-shaped area. Thus, he only needed to change his direction slightly to return to the 9 regions and expand the area he could explore. Just as he was about to do so, he suddenly saw a ray of light from the corner of his eye. It was rapidly approaching from the side. The speed of the ray of light was extremely fast. It was several times faster than the fastest speed he had ever tried. He did not know what it was. Before Lu Yi could take a closer look, a powerful divine sense swept out from that direction. Lu Ye's expression changed. He immediately turned around, released his spiritual power, and hurriedly fled. Since it had a divine sense, it was a living being. Furthermore, with such a powerful divine sense, Lu Yi reckoned that it was most likely a sunshine realm expert. Lu Yi naturally did not dare to recklessly come into contact with a sunshine realm expert in the starry skies. Who knew if the other party was good or bad? He was incomparably depressed. Previously, he had thought that the main body of activity in the starry skies was the constellation realm. Even Yu Yao rarely encountered them, let alone Ri Zhao. Who would have thought that he would encounter one in the blink of an eye? However, since he had been discovered, it was not that easy to escape. Lu Yi could clearly feel the powerful divine sense sticking to his body like maggots. No matter how hard he tried to escape, he could not shake it off. After a few breaths, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. At the same time, a somewhat old voice sounded in his ears. "Kid, why are you running?" Lu Yi turned his head stiffly. Only then did he see the owner of the divine sense clearly. It was a human, and his appearance was somewhat sloppy. His tattered clothes looked as if they had not been washed in a long time. His chin had a messy white beard, and he wore something that looked like a copper band on his forehead. He was not tall. In fact, he was half a head shorter than Lu Yi. If such a person appeared in the secular world, everyone would think that he was a beggar. However, Lu Yi did not dare to underestimate him. This was because he felt that the other party was slightly stronger than Yu Xan. There was no doubt that he was in the sunshine realm. Lu Yi placed his right hand on the Pan Shan saber. With a stiff expression, he replied, "Senior, is something the matter?" Although they were both humans, Lu Yi did not let his guard down. In such an environment, with such an expert, and with such an encounter, his life was already in the other party's hands. However, Lu Yi was not prepared to compromise. Even if he knew that he was no match for the other party, he would still fight back if the other party really attacked. He could not understand why he would meet a Ri Zhao cultivator so coincidentally. The old man clearly sensed Lu Ye's small movements, but he did not care. The difference in strength was obvious. If he really wanted to kill Lu Yi would not be able to resist. "It's nothing. It's rare to meet a living person, so I came over to chat. Life is too boring." As he said that, he activated his spiritual power and wrapped it around Lu Yi. In the next moment, Lu Yi experienced the terrifying speed of a Ri Zhao cultivator. Not only that, but he also felt a prickling sensation on his back. It was as if a great danger was coming from behind him. That intense sense of danger was something that he could not resist with his current cultivation. He hurriedly turned his head and saw a ray of light chasing after him. It was the ray of light that he had seen before. From the ray of light, there was an extremely sharp, killing intent. As for what the ray of light was, Lu Yi was not sharp enough to see it. "Senior, what are you doing?" Lu Yi asked. He did not feel any malice from the old man, but he could not leave his life in the hands of others. Lu Yi did not know why the other party was holding him hostage. "This old man said that I came over to talk to you. Are you stupid?" Lu Yi was helpless. It was just a simple conversation. Why did the old man hold him hostage? They could have communicated through spiritual will. Also, what's that behind me? The old man pursed his lips. Well, you can think of it as a flying sword. Flying sword? Lu Yi was shocked. Then why is it chasing after you? The old man laughed dryly. This flying sword has a spirit. This old man touched it in an ancient secret realm, and it has been chasing after me ever since. Lu Yi was dumbfounded. How could there be such a bizarre thing in this world? The old man's cultivation should be at least in the Rizhao realm. Then what level is this flying sword? It chased after a Rizhao cultivator until he could only flee in panic. He did not even dare to turn around to fight back. As for what the old man said about accidentally touching the flying sword, Lu Yi was too lazy to believe it. However, he was too lazy to ask about the secret behind it. After all, this was the old man's private matter. The old man might not be willing to talk about it.